Oh god. I knew I wasn't gonna be prepared for this. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I am rushing. I am rushing. I'm sorry, y'all. But hello. Welcome in, of course. And then the ad literally toggles on as soon as I switch to the screen. I was supposed to, like... Can I, like, snooze this? Thank you. Oh my fucking god. I hope y'all are back. Those of y'all trapped in an ad, I am so sorry. Like, I'm about annoyed with Twitch ads right now. I can't. I cannot. At least not like at the beginning. It's understandable if it's still on the starting soon screen, but as soon as I swapped, it goes to an ad. And I'm like, that's so annoying. They just saw me. Like, don't do that. But anyway, how are you guys? How's your Saturday going so far? I hope you guys are doing well and living your best life. You stayed hydrated, you ate, you did everything that I actually did for once before I started streaming today. So you would be proud of me. You'd be proud of me. I treated myself well. For once. Only this once, though. I can't speak for myself for tomorrow, but we'll see. We shall see. But in any case, we're back at it with the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. If this is your first time here, this is what I call Storytime Saturdays, where it's just I read out loud, and you guys just sit back, relax, watch the mayhem unfold with a, mystery drama genre, I guess you would say. It's a lot like, Professor Layton games and, basically some comical stuff that happens in, these types of games. Which is why I love the Ace Attorney series so much, because it's just like, it doesn't take itself seriously. You should never take it seriously. It's just a fun, chill game where just a lot of goofy shit happens. With 1,000,001 puns. Let me clarify that. Look at my lawyer, bro. I'm going to jail. Your client, yes. Also, hi, Second. Welcome in. Hi, Laz. Let me say hi to everybody. Hi, Laz. Hi, Salem. Hi, San Fran. I can't pronounce anybody's name. Hi, Sin. I'll call you Architect of Sin, because I'm gonna be tripping over my tongue trying to say like the first part of your name. But hello. Hi, Savvy. It's good to see you. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful Saturday so far. Y'all are in for a treat, because I don't remember where we last left off on this game, because y'all know what happens every time I play this fucking game. I never play the game. I end up just talking to you all for like 2 to 3 hours, because that is just the motif every time we play this game. But yeah, just fair warning for those who don't want spoilers. We are on, we're on episode 4. Towards the end of episode 4, if I remember correctly, because we're getting close to some bits and pieces that we're going to encounter in court relatively soon, but we're at the investigation portion again and unraveling some things that we may not have picked up early on during this entire episode. So yeah. And also, thank you, Platypus, for reminding me. Don't forget, we have the week-long Donathon community challenge going on right now. So, if you've been to my streams before, or if you stick around in this stream and you're like, you know what, I want to see more of Blaze. I would like to see more of Blaze. We are at 96%. I have already prepped the banner for the Donathon, because I'm pretty sure we're most likely going to hit it. If not, it's just going to be like, well, I guess y'all will never see it. It's okay. I spent several hours on tailoring it as much as possible so it could look really nice. And now no one will ever see it. Except for one person who I just showed briefly. But outside of that, yeah. Light, hello, welcome in. Objection. We do have a sound effect for that, by the way. So don't think that that is not, here. If you do exclamation mark objection, it'll do exactly what they say in this game. But namely Phoenix, not Ryunosuke. I didn't capture his soundbite here. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point then. Objection! Exactly. Genshin and I, that throws me for a loop every time he says Genshin. Genshin and I were walking down from some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only one from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. Damn. I had been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zeeks all right. We got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint will never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Not a bang. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. So welcome in, Platypus. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. I mean... Yeah, thank you for confiding in us, basically. Well, thank you for confiding in me. He's not all a bad guy. Still a little racist, but, you know, not all a bad guy. The Professor, the Reaper, the Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, given assassination orders to Jezebel Brett. Oh, I forgot about her ass. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes. All right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm guessing we have nothing else to say to you about all these things, yes? Okay, good. So let's go ahead and move on, because I don't remember where all we explored. I know we were supposed to visit old boy here, which I guess we could do technically, or we could just go straight to the Waterloo Hotel and get more information. I'm gonna go the opposite way. I'm just gonna go down the list. Why not? This is my game. This is my stream. I'm doing it how I want to. 2nd of November, room on Fresno Street. Oh, y'all still just examining? There's nothing else new here? Alright. So I guess there's nothing else to do here, but let's... Yeah, let's go see him real quick. If he's in. 2nd of November, St. Sinners Hospital. I still hate that name. Ward 3. He's not here. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna go to the Waterloo Hotel. Alright, fine. I see what direction this is going. The Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. Wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Who is speaking? Oh, it's you. Okay. I thought you were the other person.
Ah, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
Not the little cute curtsy. Iris, please.
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris is actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Aww. Aww, baby. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. I mean, true.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms.
Okay.
I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted by Kazuma on the end there.
No. Please, don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I had been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you didn't mention something, did you? Oh, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gotten to. Yeah, I wonder where he is too. You know, he just kind of up and disappeared. We ain't seen him since the beginning of this case. Gee, you know where your friend is at, huh? Huh, sir? Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So, what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly.
Thank you for hitting me with right, Daddy. Hi, Light. How are you? How's your Saturday going?
Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say assassin?
Yes, I did.
You mean that Jezebel Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Yes.
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
Oh God!
Hi, Bunny. How are you? How's your Saturday going so far?
Just woke up and vision is still a little blurry. Me too. Me too. Not right now, earlier today, because it felt like I had been crying, but I wasn't crying. It was literally because I had, and I can't give all the details, but I had to basically put on a face for some things. And yeah, it involved me basically scrubbing my eyes to the point where like all the shit that was on my eyes came off. So I woke up extremely like feeling like I was tired and crying all night, and I was just like, nope, it's just because I scrubbed my eyes like really well, so that way I wouldn't have to deal with like crap and crud around my eyes.
And thank you for giving me Dragon Daddy. You know I love him so much. I love him so much.
Speaking of which, I have an art piece to share with y'all, but I can't share with y'all for quite some time. But also because I won't give you a peek of it until we hit that, week-long donathon, which, by the way, don't forget we have that community challenge going on right now. So if you want to see the tea and see some other tea that I have in store for the week-long donathon, you make sure to put those channel points. Those channel points that you just used to bonk me with, Rye Daddy or Dragon Daddy. And then also with like a whole bunch of other like dragon plushes I have in an Umbreon. Yeah, you can put those channel points towards that community challenge, please and thank you. Just, putting that out there. You got till October. It's only, a little less than a month away. A little less than a month away. So make sure you get them points in there. That's all I got to say on that. At least she didn't bonk you with Bowser this time. I mean, true. Very true, because that could have happened and we'd be here like for 6 years because we all know how long that Bowser bunk is. We should probably not talk about this in front of Iris, but you're gonna go off anyway, aren't you? Aren't you, Ryunosuke? Professor Migatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Yes, for Iris' sake. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this anyway, who is presumably her father. So, she does not know the tea. Dr. Wilson's deaf. I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. Are you going to take Iris away while, me and him chat about Dr. John H. Wilson? That was a rather out of the blue moment. Yes, it was. She's doing this deliberately. I knew it.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Oh, Susato, you're so sweet in protecting a child's innocence. I love you, baby.
Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind.
So, that young girl. It's called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Jezebel Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? These are questions. Iris knows nothing about that case. But it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes. We're back! Oh, can you go away? Can you go away and get more? I would like, a trunk full of those biscuits. You know, that case that, Judge Jigoku had? Yeah, I need that amount of biscuits. Go get a whole bunch of them, honey. This is going to take you a while. And get some water, too, about that size. That's going to take you a while as well.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie?
Yes, go get tea. And not listen to the tea I'm spilling over here.
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Anyway, Judge Jigoku. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Yeah, this guy with the heavy gavel and beard and menacing look and aura. Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat that. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning. Gee, I wonder why! Suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Seshiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Ooh.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right. In the end, he was acquitted and returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes, talking of Seshiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together. Here yesterday, please.
Oh, yay, thank you. There's one thing that's just completely out of the ordinary of this picture, but we're not going to comment on that, but we're going to take this photo anyway.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain in suspicion. The commemorative photograph has been entered in the court record. Yes, thank you for this evidence that we'll use against somebody in court.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
Nope, we didn't. But I'm glad you took it.
No, that's so true.
The favor. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
Oh, you want me to do...
What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man of our country needs.
Well, that's a high honor.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is Still in the process of deciding how best to deal with the situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes, all right.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me?
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about assassin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruto. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home. Well, I guess that's it.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Of course, it's so obvious. Oh God, you scared me, sir. Where did you even come from? Why are you even here? What the fuck? Were you spying on us the entire time? Like, were you literally just eavesdropping from like a plant? Because I feel like that's in your nature. You just literally be like clung to a window or like clung underneath a table or underneath a couch, just listening in, and then you just appear out of nowhere.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes.
Hurley, where have you been?
In the dumpster, like he always is.
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
So he was the one listening in on the spilt tea. Thank you so much for being you.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of mere urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau to Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
Oh. Really? You want to listen every time he appears on screen? I want to do the same. Like, for real. I'm so tired of this man. He has me exhausted most of the time.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
It's a mustache. Correct him, Susato.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty on...
Why did he phrase it this way? Why did he fucking phrase it this way? Not your unshaven father. That is a phrase. I don't... Alright. Yeah, you know, you got it, Sholmes. You got it.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Usato. All we can do is pray that for once my deduction is awry.
It's not. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, which isn't exactly now then, and then you interrupt. And then you interrupt the truth. Okay, fine. Why we hating on facial hair? Nah, he got to run the set, honestly. He's so out of pocket. Like, please, go home, sir. I'm so tired of you.
You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man.
Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. But also, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I am a Dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are just vibing to what I like to call Storytime Saturdays, where I basically read a visual novel out loud and do the voices and just basically vibe for the most part. So if you want to leave me up for white noise or just like, you know, sit in, see what the shenanigans are about in regards to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because that is what we are playing, feel free to do so. But also, those just coming in from the raid and also want to get to know me just a little bit more, here's a nice little raid video for you. Take a peek.
My path is the only path I can take. Yeah, I know it's chosen. There ain't no easy road. Gotta create it. It's not given. I'm just living. I'm just living. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it like it's heat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive. Let the downside up to top notch. Whatever haters do. Hot top that. Do it like this. Do it like that. Do it like how we did. But now I do it like what?
Feed your artist.
Determination, like just imagine things that happen. Set the ass laughing. You go there, please gotta keep asking. Losers terribly anti-facto. What you don't possess, it's not in stores. I work my ass while you in a bed store. Turning dust to gold, hardcore. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it like it's heat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it like it's heat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive.
And so that's just a little bit about me. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday so far and vibing. Also, May, what did you play, by the way? Raihan Supremacy, as always, honestly, like, listen, I love this man. Can you tell I love me some good-ass Raihan? He's a tasty dragon tamer. I'm sorry, I'm on like feral hours right now because, yeah, I'm just a little feral right now. Don't mind me. But also, how was Little Nightmares 2? I still need to like peep that game. I will not play it without, you know, great persuasion of monetary value. But I hope it treated you well in, you know, the shenanigans in that game, because I've seen a little bit of it, but I haven't seen like the full thing of that game yet. Went really well. And also, those coming in from the raid, if you're tired or hungry, need to take care of some other things, or need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first. But if you want to stick around and vibe and chat for a bit, feel free. Check it out. You're persuading you right now with the corn chip. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thank you for the corn chip, and I will nom on it, you know, in a cute manner. But I'm still not playing that game. But you know what could possibly convince me to play that game is just what Jay just did. We have a community challenge going on right now. There's a week-long donathon that may come up if we hit that goal. And there may have been, you know, an incentive or a goal that is put in place where you can request certain horror games, which I normally don't play, or either suggest certain rage-inducing games like Getting Over It, which I do not wish to play again for the 50th fucking time on this channel, that you can get me to play again on this channel if you know, put them channel points to where it is. So just be wary that that is an option if you would like to see that. And there's also another free 99 option where it's just like there's a channel point redemption for like horror-esque games, as well as some other painful, you know, redemptions in there. So I'll let you guys explore that. I might have taken them down. I don't know. We'll see. But they do exist where you can get that for free 99. It's just, I need your time and channel points in order for me to fulfill that request. And I know some people have been trying to put in that kind of time and channel points toward that request, and I made it high on purpose because I'm like, nope, you got to spend a good cozy ass time here before you can request that kind of shit from me. And it's only going to be for a short while. La Choms, yes, hi Z, how are you? How's your Saturday treating you so far? You have one, you have stock at the moment. Oh, I see you. And also, I saw you up here earlier, Mo. Hello. How you doing? And also, to answer your question, sure. We'll go with sure. Not you're just agreeing. Feral Hours, but Dahan isn't on screen? Listen, Dahan ain't got to be on screen. You realize I have a long list of fictional husbandos. 20 plus right now. And like anytime I play a game or see them in media, best believe if they do something that makes me go feral, I'm gonna go feral of them. But how you doing, Mo? How's your Saturday treating you so far? Also, it looks like it's about to rain, so I apologize if it starts storming over here out of pocket. Also, give me just a second. It got hot in here. And also, I'm dealing with gnats again. God, I need my apple vinegar mix again, because that's the only way I can get rid of these damn pests. Fuck. Thank you, Mo. So I had asked who was playing, since you said you were just chilling for Atlanta. Yeah, I just realized that. God damn it. I'm gonna have to repeat everything I said, but I was wondering who was playing since I've been removed from sports for quite some while. And I've been muted for quite a while. But yeah. And also which game? Which Yakuza game are you playing? Oh, I thought like Atlanta was playing. Like I didn't know if you were referring to like, you know, baseball, football, or but you meant the show. I see. I'm a fool. Yeah, I thought you were talking about sports because I've been seeing some folks talk about sports, and that's why I was like, who is playing? Because I haven't heard anything about like Atlanta playing today. But that makes more sense now. See? No, don't troll me, Platypus. I know I'm unmuted. I see volume now. You don't know about American sports? That's fair. That's valid because I don't either. I haven't cared about it for like quite some time. In like the past 5 years. You're doing great. Just came back from a 3-mile walk. I was trying to do that earlier, Z. High key, but I woke up super late. But that's also because I went to bed super late because I was working on a video project that I had to like get done by like last night. So that was fun. That was very fun. But at the same time, it's not, you know, surprising because anytime like I have to work on like some video editing stuff or content creation stuff, it's gonna take me a while. Also, hi Jelly. I saw you in here earlier. I hope you're doing well and, you know, vibing on this wonderful Saturday morning or evening or afternoon, whatever time it is for you. Don't pay me no mind. You're gonna play some Yakuza 7 and Like a Dragon? Nice. I think Pop was playing that, what was it, yesterday? If I remember correctly? I'm so behind on Yakuza. Eventually I will make my way to playing that. I might even just make that like be like a YouTube series. I don't know. Because I want to play through the games, but I feel like I will forever be on those games if I bring them to my channel. Because you see how I'm pausing the game right now and I'm not progressing in the game and I'm chatting to you all? Yeah, this happens very frequently. Pretty frequently. Not that I blame chat for like, you know, why I procrastinate in games a lot, but I am also, you know, blaming chat for procrastinating in games a lot because I chat with you all because I can't shut up when I start talking. So, but yeah, I hope that goes well. You know, a lot of people who have a specific day for Yakuza, that's what I need to do. Like, just set aside a day that just says, you know what, I'm gonna put like 2 hours, if not 4 hours, into Yakuza game and see how far I get. They take way too long, and the cutscenes take forever. Because I remember streaming it on my channel, like, in ye olden times, during Fleshtuber days. And it took me, what was it? Maybe about 4 or 5 streams just to get like, I think halfway through the game, if I remember correctly. And I did about the same amount of time that I do now, which is like 4 hours. So I'm like, yeah, we're gonna be sitting here for a fucking cutscene for like at least an hour for a goddamn cutscene. Granted, I appreciate watching like all the action in Yakuza games, but it's just like, damn, I ain't gonna get back to gameplay anytime soon because it's like a whole fucking movie. So that might end up just being a YouTube series just because it's so long. You're okay, you're about to take a power nap, you feel exhausted now? Please go get you some rest, Jelly. Afternoon peeps, Pop was doing Ishin Legend run yesterday. Ah. And also welcome back, Sevi. It's good to see you. Yeah, because I know Poppy over there, you know, speed running them games. And I'm just like, well, more power to you, because it could never be me. I could never be that powerful. And there's a ton of side stuff. And see, that's the catcher for me. Because that's what took me so long to finish Final Fantasy 15. There was so much side story and side quests to do in that game. And then they came out with like the DLC. I spent too many hours in Final Fantasy 15 than I would like to. I want to say it was roughly about like 200 if not 300 hours. in Final Fantasy 15, just trying to do like all the side quests, minus the ones that unfortunately, you know, poke at my my unfortunate phobia. But outside of that, you know, I pretty much 100%ed that game because I wanted to do all the things there, and now I will never return. I will just have the memories and the 10 million photos that I took of that game. You can only imagine your suffering if you played Nier game. I remember my coworker talking about Nier games, and I'm just like, I would rather watch them. I don't think I would play them, and if so, it would be purely offline. Dead ass. I don't think that would be something that I would make content behind. Unfortunately. You didn't even finish Nier Automata. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. Like, the music and everything else around that game is, like, spectacular. But those types of games, I don't think I could justify it by playing on my channel. Unless somebody was just like, Blaze, I really want you to play a Nier game. Here's $500. No one do that. Please, dear God, no one do that. I will literally refund your money. I will be like, don't do this. Don't do this again. This is an absurd amount of money just to get me to play a game that I would be willing to play if you probably requested it. But it'd have to be a really strong request to do so. Don't give me $500 to do that. Don't do that. You liked it more than Automata? Interesting. See, I can't even say which one was better because I haven't played either. It's a good game, but you have a short attention span. You're not perfect. My thing is, I don't want to spend so much time on a game unless it's one of those types of games where it's just like, I absolutely love it. And there's only been a few games where it's just like, I've been, you know, my completionist mentality triggered. Breath of the Wild was one of them, which is why I haven't gone back to play that or touch Tears of the Kingdom yet, because I feel obligated to 100% that game. I know it's insane. I apologize. But when I started that game, I literally played it like from dusk till dawn, including at work during my lunch period, because all my coworkers at the time were playing it too. And I only think maybe one of us finished that game entirely. And it took them some years to do so because they got about the same point as me, where I did like all except for like one dungeon, and then all I had to do was beat Ganon. But because I had like that completionist mentality where it's just like, I want to do all the shrines, collect all 900 and some odd Korok seeds, and then face and, you know, do all the dungeons and then face off with Ganon, it was gonna take me a minute. And I managed to collect like, I think 300 of those Korok seeds. So I still got like a good 600 or so to go, and I'm just like, this is gonna take me a while. And on top of that, I'm gonna have to relearn all the controls again because it's at least been 5 years since I've touched that game. And so I'm gonna need some really strong motivation to go back to that game in order to beat it, so I can move on to Tears of the Kingdom. Otherwise, Tears of the Kingdom will never be played. And I heard it's a really good game. It's just, I can't touch it. I cannot touch it until I finish Breath of the Wild and I'm satisfied. I can't touch that game. I know I don't have to necessarily, and I know some people have encouraged me to finish Breath of the Wild before touching that game, but I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to do that. Not any rich people in here. When you gotta collect, you gotta collect. Exactly, Mr. Uncomfortable. And also, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday so far. Saturday. It's not Sunday. Saturday. It might be Sunday for some folks. It might even be Sunday for you. But hello. If you had the money, you'd give you 500 to play it, not this. I am joking. I'm merely joking, Mo. Don't take me seriously. Oh, finishing any Nier game. Hooray, you're sad now. Come right here real quick. I know what you're gonna do. I know what you're gonna do, Blake.
I will have.
I knew it! I knew it. How are you, Blake? How's your Saturday treating you so far? Oh yeah, you was the same. You didn't want to play Tears of the Kingdom until you finished Breath of the Wild, so you finished Breath of the Wild a few weeks back, 100% thing. Nice, Mo. I think we had this discussion before too. I vaguely remember having this discussion. And also, thank you for the hydrate redemption, because I definitely need to do that. But yeah, it's funny because I went to the dentist like a few months back, and the what do you call it? It's like a nurse practitioner, only just for like a dentist office, and I always forget the terminology for their hygienists. That's who they are. They saw like my shirt, which had like, you know, Heartless Sora and then also Dark Link on it, and they were just like, "Oh, I like your shirt." And then who is it? Oh, they said, I think it was like, they said it was like a Kingdom Hearts shirt or something like that, and they got it was Kingdom Hearts, but it's like they only got half of it right, because I was like, you know, Link is on this shirt too. It's Dark Link. And they looked at it again. They were like, oh, that's right. And then we started getting into like a whole like nerd discussion about like, you know, how her husband was playing Breath of the Wild and wanted to play Tears of the Kingdom, but he's gotten into this like 100%, you know, completionist mentality as me, which I'm suffering from. And they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna eventually beat it, and then once I do, then I'll touch Tears of the Kingdom, but until then, I can't be spoiled. And I think his wife is playing it, like the actual hygienist is playing Tears of the Kingdom, and so every time she's playing it, and like she's just like, you want me to tell you things? He's like, no, don't tell me the things. I'm a finish Breath of the Wild at some point, just not today. So it's like, it's that kind of thing, and it's like I hate it because like so many of my streamer friends have been playing Tears of the Kingdom, and I can only either lurk in their stream or avoid it altogether, so that way I don't get spoiled. Which sucks, but at the same time, it's just like, I want to support my friend, but at the same time, you're playing a game that I don't want spoiled for me, even in the slightest. If you asked if there were any financially stable people here, you won't still be able to answer. Honestly, Seppi, we all out here struggling because, like I said, the incident had happened to me last week, which I won't say again. I will just encourage you to peep the Monday VOD for things. So you can't rely on me for finances at all. Not right now, anyway. Also, Black Usagi, welcome in. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? 'Cause yeah, you get all the stuff, but now you have to read the novels. Oh no, that's too much. No, I don't think I want to be that invested in a series. If I have to do all that, oh my lord! Are you satisfied with your actions, Riku? Are you satisfied with your actions? Also, hi. Welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? Hold on, you say something to your niece? Oh, yes. Not break down My Little Pony. There's a story behind how I was forced to watch a My Little Pony series. I don't feel like getting into it again, though. But, yeah, I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. I don't even remember what I said, Blake, I'll be honest. I just basically said I knew you were going to do the action that you did when I got up close. The thing is, you got her into it. Blake, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Do you know how wild My Little Pony can get? Fight back? Listen, I fight back in many ways. I already fought back in the Discord with some folks who have the sub badge. They don't like me right now. That's probably why they're lurking right now, because they're just like, Blaze, why are you like this? It's like, yeah, remember them times you bunked me? This is payback, bitch. Oh, I told you. Most of my crimes happen offline, if not on stream. Every now and then it happens on stream, but most of them happen offline. Not this! Not you subbing to be nosy. Yo, thank you for the sub, Riku. I appreciate it. It was Friendship is Magic series, and you was watching, and she, oh god, that brought back too many horrible memories for me. Why? Why did you bring that up, Blake? Why? You could have put her on something even more cultured, like Bluey, which I heard is really good. I still have not seen it, but a lot of people will praise Bluey. And the sad part about this is my first introduction to Bluey was Abbott Elementary, and I thought it was literally a parody show. Like, it didn't exist. They were just, you know, basically a knockoff Blue's Clues is what I thought it was. And then one of my friends informed me, like, oh no, it's an actual show. And I'm like, it is? It fucking is? What is this? And they were saying how, like, you know, yeah, you know, they watch it with, like, you know, their baby cousins, nieces, nephews, all that stuff. And I'm like, oh, this is an actual thing. I really thought this... You could tell I have no kids or no younger cousins or siblings anymore, because I don't have to deal with that mess. They probably do. I don't. They are all basically past the years of teenage years, if not teens themselves right now. So you're the adult child your mom watches Bluey with? Oh no, not this. Eventually I will make my way to watching it. I don't know when, I guess. Just so I can stay in the know and stay hip with, like, you know, the youngins, I guess. Probably the only person in your friend group with zero desire to play the last 2 Zelda games, and that's fine, Severy. That is fine, because honestly, you know, when you start going down the Zelda rabbit hole, it'd be a lot. It'd be a lot, especially the open world games, because it's basically make your own adventure type of vibes. And if you ain't got the time or attention span to do so, no shame and more power to you. You've escaped the grasp that, like, you know, the type of genre that Genshin in Breath of the Wild had me in a chokehold for the longest time. Not hide your My Little Pony OCs. Please, not this. What you mean, Blaze? No. Blaze, yes. Blaze, yes. You think I'm playing when I say I'm a chaotic being. I'm not in the slightest. You're doing good, very hungry, so you're trying to get a food situation together. How are you? I am vibing. I got me some Thai food today because I was like, I deserve it. It's been a rough week. Not this week, the last week. It's been a very rough week, so I was like, I'm treating myself to Thai because it'll be the last time I treat myself very, very well for a while. You just listen to them having fun and be happy for them. Exactly, that's all you can really do. It's like the folks who play Baldur's Gate and the folks who played Elden Ring. Neither of those games interest me in the slightest because, one, demons. Demons is a deal breaker for me unless you give me mods, which I know there are mods for, but I'm just like, no, I'm still not playing it because it should just be built in the game. It should just be considered and built in the game. I shouldn't have to mod it. So, their loss. Their loss. It'd be nice if they did that for Luigi's Mansion, though. I'll take some fucking mods for Luigi's Mansion 3, because I would love to play that game, but I cannot because demons. Unfortunately. Nintendo dropped the bag on that one, so. Yeah. Yeah. You'll understand how the My Little Pony fandom was being a child. I never grew up with My Little Pony. I can't even remember when I first came across My Little Pony. What was it? Probably like maybe, if not high school years, maybe uni years, where I discovered its existence. Same with like Strawberry Shortcake. Never was into that. Never was really into, like, you know, those things. Like, during my childhood, oh no, I'm not exposing that. No, never mind. I'm not exposing what my obsession was as a child. I refuse. That will date me so severely. I'm just gonna go with Blue's Clues. We'll say Blue's Clues. But you don't let it affect how you see the show, which is fun. Baldur's Gate 3 is another one too. Good for friends who enjoy. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that, like, you know, my friends and folks that I know enjoy Baldur's Gate 3 and are living their best lives and getting their soul claimed by the game. It's just not for me. And the only way that you can get me to play it, again, is through monetary value or a very, very strong request. An extremely strong request. I'm not gonna say what most of those strong requests are, but if you know me personally, there's a couple of things that you can easily get me to do if you gift me certain things. And I'm just like, well, guess I'll play the game now. All you know is that My Little Pony is the rules of nature meme. Oh. Yeah, there is that. All I know is just the power of friendship. That's the one that lives endlessly in my mind. And I thought it was just, you know, a ha-ha, hee-hee, hoo-hoo joke. No, they say that pretty frequently in that series. And it's a little bit of toxic positivity, in my opinion. But, you know, everyone loves, you know, My Little Pony. Or, you know, certain people like My Little Pony. And, you know, I'm happy for them. Again, it's not for me. At all. It's weird that you did and it didn't, then it came back when you was a full adult. Yeah. I mean, some kids' shows are cool, because one kid's show in particular that I'm pretty sure most people will agree on, Arthur. Arthur was really good. That will always be like a kid's show that most people will genuinely respect for the most part. Because the memes are just chef's kiss. But also, that was a really good show. And that was one of those kid shows that I used to watch pretty heavily. Yes, every day when you're walking down the street and everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day where you can learn to walk and play and get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message and it comes from the heart. I probably got some of the lyrics wrong, but at the same time, like, that theme song still lives kind of like rent-free in my head. Same with like SpongeBob songs. You can literally just start like the beginning of one and I will literally go off like CAMPFIREFONG song. You know, that kind of vibe. It's just like it's engraved in my brain. I can't do anything to remove it because it's just, it's one of those things where if you grew up with it or you knew it, it's just, yeah. His sister has no, oh, absolutely. I still remember like the sign outside Arthur's door and DW's like, too bad I can't read. It's like, that sign can't keep me out. Cause I can't fucking read. Like, oh man. There's so many moments in Arthur that's just, it's great. It's honestly fantastic. You like a lot of cringe media, you're literally a fan of Garten and Bonbon, your autism is losing. Just kidding. I don't know what that is. I mean, I've heard of it, but I could not tell you what it is per se. Because the name sounds familiar, but like if you showed me an image, I wouldn't be like, oh, I know exactly what this is. But it's like, I see a faint image of what that might be. It's just, I don't recall what it is. Don't go near it. Don't get near Bonbon. All right, bet. I would suggest a, anime that, most people probably shouldn't go to, called Boku no Pico. Yeah, I'm chaotic. I'm gonna mention it anyway. Don't look it up. It's pretty bad. It's pretty not safe for work, I will say that. And a lot of, you know, horrible things happen in that series. So, I do not watch it. I just know of it. But, you know, a good series to watch that's like borderline that I will always get other people to watch is Shimonetta. I have the whole DVD set. You should watch Shimonetta. Everyone should definitely, like, you know, look into Shimonetta. Don't look at it at work. It's like borderline not safe for work, but also not safe for work. But you should definitely, you know, watch Shimonetta if you haven't seen it. And you tell me what you think about the cookies in Shimonetta. Only those who watch Shimonetta know what kind of cookies I'm talking about. Oh, I'm glad that you're also cultured, Black Usagi. I'm glad. It's great. Don't watch Shimonetta at work or near family, basically. I mean, if your family has a good sense of humor and are all, you know, over teen years, it's a good time to watch with your family. I would not watch it with my family. Absolutely not. They would literally look at me sideways and be like, what the fuck is your problem? The cookies, yes, the cookies. I can remember several iconic scenes. The cookies, the underwear, the zipper. The zipper is my favorite. I mean, it's granted it's technically harassment, but at the same time, it's fucking funny and hilarious to watch. Oh, the zipper. I'm gonna let you look at the zipper. I'm not gonna go any further. The fly scene. Mm-hmm. Yep. Great moments in anime. In Shimonetta. You should definitely watch it. Add it to your list. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. It's great. You know, I should rewatch that series, I'll be honest, because it's been a minute since I've seen that series. But you should definitely watch it. It's my type of humor. Which is bad, but also hilarious. I'm sorry. It's so great. Anyway, this game. We should definitely get back to this game. Seppi, don't give me that face. Don't give me that face. Just watch the series. Shy Fingers. So that's what's joining us for T-Mint. I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Oh, so we have to send it? I thought you were. The fuck you going off for? Ah, wait a minute. Mr. Sholmes. He's already run off.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid oh, God. That's so on brand for this man. I hate him.
I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Oh no, they left that behind for you to deal with, sweetie. They all know you got it. Even with your broke ass. They know you got it. You was finding him pay that bill. You just chase him down? Is this what you would do? Yeah, we're not going there. Can we visit the hospital bed now? Or is he still not here? Oh, he's here now. St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, there goes that pitiful man again. The one with the big bottom lip or upper lip, I forget. He just had no, it was a big bottom lip. Because he kind of flicked it. Oh, I should have probably repressed those memories. It's okay. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget.
Where did all that confidence with his, alias go? Because now he's just looking depressed and sad.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. Of course he did. You know he's on his P's and Q's. He's like Edgeworth. What you expect?
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all of this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
All this Vogan again. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Poses sadly, honestly.
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
Yes, he did, mid-convo. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but...
Oh!
It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? He's still got that ring around his neck, I just noticed. I kind of feel bad for him because he had a collar around his neck at some point, but at the same time, I'm just like, you kind of did this to yourself, my guy. Just a little bit.
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest.
And off your neck.
I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
I mean, you want us to give you answers? Gregson's request.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks. Yes, we are very aware of that.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation.
Also, hi Kaiba, welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far?
All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha.
Okay, well that's a phrase. Sure, little hoo-ha.
Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event.
Which is still a very odd event because I don't know too many people who say, all right, raise your hand if you got red heads. Like you literally have like, natural red hair, possibly a wig. Maybe you dyed it, come on through, pay $5 and we'll celebrate and have a whole festival about it. All right, well, good for you. I'm glad y'all belong with one another, I guess. I don't know. It's been an interesting Saturday. How are you? I'm sorry. Hopefully interesting good and not interesting bad. If it's been interesting bad, I hope it gets better for you. And I hope you're managing to keep your peace as best as possible. But I'm doing pretty well. Wasn't as productive as I would like to have been earlier today, but it's okay. We gonna be productive after stream, after I grind on Honkai for a little bit. Because, I gotta build out my Don Han. I gotta build him out. He's too important to not build out. And I'm broke. I'm a broke bitch in game. Yeah, interesting good. Okay, good. I'm glad it's like at least interesting good, because I was gonna say if it's interesting bad, then yikes. I'm very sorry for you. But yeah, we just playing a little the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, where I'm just reading out loud the events of the second to last case of this game. For those of y'all unfamiliar with like the Greatest Ace Attorney Chronicle series, it's set prior to like, you know, the Ace Attorney games, like the trilogy with Phoenix Wright and all that stuff. So we are playing as his ancestor, which is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, which obviously means is the same as Wright in this case, because, you know, Phoenix's Japanese name is also Naruhodo. But any case, it's 2 games in one. The first game we've already beaten, which had 5 cases in it, and so we're now on the second game, which has 5 cases in it as well, and we're on episode 4, so we have one more episode that I'm trying to speed run this game to and get to, so we can finally be free of this game, because I've been playing this for like what seems to be like 2 years now, and probably has been 2 years, who knows. So, but at the same time, I also appreciate just like, you know, chatting with y'all. I'm a broke bitch in real life, haha. I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible right now, because my IRL situation isn't a pleasing one, we'll put it that way. But you know, we're trying our best to correct that. So honestly, you do what you can with, you know, the economy that is out here, and like whatever resources you have to you in regards to like, you know, not be broke. But yeah, it be like that sometimes. It really do. I'm not quite there yet, but let's just say I am watching my funds very heavily. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters?
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
Also, Blossom, welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? Ooh, excuse me. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend so far. Also, what's everybody's plans this weekend? Mine is just a vibe. And also figure out what I need to handle next week. Because, like, I know I already planned out my stream schedule, which is tentative at the moment because I might have to shift around some things to accommodate some IRL stuff that I'm dealing with. But I won't know until basically next week sometime. So we'll see. We shall see. Because it's still technically like a holiday for some folks. It's been good. You finally rigged a booba fists. Ooh, nice. I hope the rigging it goes even more well. It sounds like it's going really well right now. I need to do some rigging myself. Possibly tomorrow because I won't be streaming tomorrow. It'll be the first Sunday I have off or like schedule as like, you know, my time off because, you know, I wanted to handle some IRL stuff, but also handle some stuff that I promised a friend in terms of live 2D stuff. So that's gonna be fun. Oh, by the way, you Keisha can't dance. Not this die, please. Oh my lord. Yo, thank thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hi, Mr. B. Welcome in. Damn, Keishan, why are you going for die like that? Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. But also, understandable. Because I think Jet Set Radio is like that too. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. Y'all are gonna hear this a lot if y'all keep following. It's okay, I love these beats. Damn. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. I know, right, Kaido? Listen, if y'all want some dope beats like this, granted, I'm pretty sure like their comms are closed, or at least about to close. But they do a lot of my my alerts, or at least my alerts and other content stuff. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, I saw you were playing, what was it? Space Channel, whatever. Well, no, I won't say I never played the game. I played the game like at least once or twice. But I always forget the name of that fucking game. But I saw you were playing it like right before I went live. I was like, oh, of course he's playing another retro game. Yes, Space Channel 5. Oh my god, how was that? I see that Die is calling you out in terms of your dancing skills in that game. So I'm so sorry if that game was very disrespectful to you. Because it would probably be me as well. It's great you just wish there was no input. Oh, yeah, see, it's them PC ports, man. They get you. I heard Jet Set Radio was like that in the Steam library as well. I don't know, because my first experience with Jet Set Radio was on mobile, which was a terrible, terrible experience. And then I found out it was in the PlayStation Store, and I was like, bet, give it here. I'm playing this shit on PS3. I ain't doing this no more on mobile. But yeah, I hope it went well, though. You don't know, yes, it was on mobile. It was fucking awful. I had to use my phone as, like, you know, the controls, because they gave you, like, you know, a touchscreen Joy-Con, and it's just like, oh god, this is awful. This is fucking awful. I was missing everything in that game. I kept dying in the sewer water. It was just, I gave up after, like, you know, maybe 20 minutes in the game, and I was just like, nah, I can't do this no more. And then when I just found out it was on console, I was like, bet, I will just get it off the PlayStation Store and just play it this way, because I ain't suffering with these kind of controls no more, because I ain't have no Dreamcast, unfortunately. Either that, or I, you know, played on the Flightless Bird platform, you know. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do if you want to play, you know, certain retro games. And you ain't got the, you know, hardware to do so, or the funds. Tee-hee, smile, shy fingers. Not condoning it necessarily, but, you know, you get it how you can. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. And also, welcome in Raiders. Hi, if this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I'm a Dragon Vtuber here on Twitch, and we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So if you're seeing a suspicious man, you know, suspicious white pale man with, like, you know, a what looks to be a strangle ring around his neck, you're not mistaken, because he did have a collar on him at some point in time. Don't question it. There's a lot of, you know, shady things that happen in these games. Which I'll explain later, but don't worry about it right now. But also, you know, if you want to get to know me a little bit more and, like, you know, see what kind of content that we do here, I do have a raid video, so enjoy.
My path is the only path I can take. Yeah, I know it's chosen. There ain't no easy road. I gotta create it. It's not given. I'm just living. I'm just living. hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you going, hold the drive. Flip the downside up to top notch, whatever haters do. Hot top that, do it like this, do it like that, do it like how it did, but now I do it like what?
Feed your artist.
Determination, like just imagine things that happen. Set the ass laughing. You go there, please gonna keep asking. Losers terribly active facto. What you don't possess, it's not in stores. I work my ass while you in a bed store. Turning dust to gold, hardcore. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it up the seat, hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you going, hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it up the seat, hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you going, hold the drive.
But yeah, that's just me in like a tiny little nutshell. But also, those coming in from the raid, if you're tired, hungry, and need to take care of some other things, you can't stay long and you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first. We just vibing, we just kicking it. Like for real. Like you ain't even got to chat in here. If you just want to leave me up as white, white noise, or just like, leave me up for support, feel free to do so. We literally just basically listening to me, read this out loud and react to all the shenanigans that happens in the Ace Attorney series, which is one of my favorite visual novel series. So that's what we're doing this Saturday. But I hope everyone is having a wonderful time. And also thank you again, Keishan, for sharing your community with me. I hope the shenanigans in Space Channel goes well next time if you have to play more of that game. Or the next retro game that you pick up. But I appreciate you going down memory lane with, some of my favorite childhood games or games that I may have seen during the Blockbuster era. I miss those days. I miss them dearly, even if I didn't get a chance to play a lot of those games back then. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my... Oh, yeah, he did say this, like, 4K. He literally had this on 4K in stream. Now we beat it, gotta figure out what's next. Hey, nice. Are you gonna do another retro game, or are you playing something new? Either way, it's just like, I'm looking forward to these retro streams. Maybe one day I'll peek in and see you do Crazy Taxi again. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. Probably something new and more retro next week. Hey, nice. Gotta switch it up every now and then. Only time I play retro on this channel has been like really around my birthmas. And I gotta figure out what I want to play next year, cause I did Kirby this past year, so I gotta figure out what I want to play next year. Back in either the Nintendo 64 era or a PlayStation 1 era. One of those consoles, because those yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that, because I don't know what I want to play. I'm gonna have to go through my my hard copies of stuff to see if I feel like playing with it or dealing with the controls, because some of my consoles controllers are like shit. I'm just gonna say the N64 one, that joystick has been going through some rough times. It's seen some years. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. The prison escape? It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? No, because he got... I think we learned that he got shot in the head or somewhere in the body. Well, either way, he died before, like, his execution took place. Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins in which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed in, right? Yes. Also, this man vogues a lot, don't pay it no mind. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in his coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. Interesting. And also, thank you for the hydrate, Redemption Second. It's an Ace Attorney game. Poses are mandatory. Poses, freakouts, puns, weird situations, or information that we never really asked about from a character. Yeah, all of that just kind of happens in here. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. Damn! The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in the Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fairly shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. The convict Asogi. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death, as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially disabling case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Oh, that's right, they did have a conversation. Those 5 members of the aristocracy, whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime in ending other humans' life. Yes.
Damn. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh, you care to share those details with me? As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds in the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That's unusual. Certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. I mean, I could kind of see that with the pens. Paper, not so much.
So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
Yes. That was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing material would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have now. Tig, please. Yes, we're playing some Ace Attorney. Welcome in, Ripjaw God. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? Your Dip and Joy stream, a day off tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate it, Servy. Enjoy the rest of your day as well. I do see it. I also see a mop, but, you know, pie crust is also well received. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What do you mean it vanished? You're good. How Dialogue Simulator treating you? It is treating me as it always have. Reading this game for like the past 2 fucking years, and I'm trying to escape it. It was a mistake to bring this game to stream, but at the same time, I love it dearly.
because it's like probably one of my very favorite Ace Attorney games. Aside from the trilogy, which I love for nostalgia purposes.
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
Oh, now we gotta talk about this? Oh boy. Who don't jack the will?
I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared.
It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
You sure it got sent? 'Cause, you know... Why else does he know about the shenanigans that probably went down here? And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming. I'm not gonna try and repeat his accent. Couldn't have disappeared.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we understand that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
True. Oh yes, you're right. You feel it? They do be nice, just a lot of talk. Yeah. And that's the thing about like visual novels. There's like a lot of dialogue in them. Great series. But also, I am very well aware that visual novels are not everyone's preferred genre. It is one that I've grown to love because it's almost like reading basically, well, it is reading like an animated book per se. Because I did play this game 100% like offline. And it took me roughly about like, I want to say altogether like 3 to 4 days to finish it. And it's like 10 episodes long, so it wasn't like something that was like really short. But it was still like a good, like it was almost like reading like a really good book. Which if you put me onto a good book, I'm gonna be reading that shit till like 4 a.m. in the morning. And so that's what I was doing with this game for the longest time. And then I was just like, man, this was actually really good. But it does do a lot of wear and tear in terms of like reading out loud. I don't mind it. And honestly, like, it's one of those types of things where it's just like, I treat it like, you know, being like, you know, you can call me like an amateur voice actor, voice actress, what have you. But it's one of those things where it's just like, you know, if nobody else is doing anything and they just want to have like something in the background playing and they just want to hear like, you know, someone just basically chatting in the background, don't really care for the game or just really want to like, you know, listen in intently to like a good story being told, that is what today is. It's story time vibes. So I don't do this on my channel every time I stream, but I do dedicate like Saturdays in particular to it, unless I'm just like, no, we're gonna play another game, or either it's like one of those special type of streams for my community. Boo, dude, the Scottish. I can't do accents well. I'm terrible at them. Not his face looks like the housing crisis, Tig, please. If that actually was Scottish, I don't think they spelt it right. I don't really know if it's Scottish or like another like accent that they're trying to like imply onto that. So I could not tell you. I'm uncultured, so Kene would be as cannot. Yeah, like I get what it would be like, you know, if it was like over in the US, but just like I'm gonna butcher that if I just be like Ikane, and y'all gonna look at me like, what accent was that, Blaze? What accent was that? What is this? Because I can barely do like a decent British accent because people think I'm speaking Jamaican or something that nature, and I'm like, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to do a British accent. I'm sorry. I can't do accents well. I will admit to that. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was, the Asogi's papers. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Oh god. Yes, your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory because, you know, it is traumatizing to you. Yes, we all know this. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. No, it probably is. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. But we're going to inquire about this elsewhere as to not, like, you know, make you have to relive your trauma. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. So yes and no, platypus. Only just because also I don't want to offend people when it comes to like accents, which is why I also kind of avoid them just a bit. Yes, it's good for like voice acting practice and stuff like that, which I like to want to like, you know, take it a little more seriously, but also I don't want to offend other people's cultures and, you know, mannerisms of speaking. I know people find the humor in that, but it's also comes across very offensive. So yeah, I prefer not to do that as much as possible. So, but British stuff, like, you know, we poke fun at it because I'm pretty sure like the British poke fun at, you know, us Americans as well. But outside of that, it's like, I'd rather not if I can help it. Fair, you can't speak for everyone, but you don't mind it when people give the English. Yeah. See that one, it's like pretty much understandably like it's free game to kind of like make fun of because, you know, it's almost like the same sort of like humor, like poking fun at like other people in certain D9 organizations. Like, you know, I will poke fun. Well, I'm not trying to like expose which D9 org I'm a part of, but any case, I can poke fun at one of them in particular because they used to be us before we became better, quote unquote. In my opinion, if you know any history behind that. But yeah, that is like it's a mutual, you know, poke fun and like hee hee tee hee ha ha type of thing. But others, they do kind of take it like really seriously, and I want to make sure that, you know, people in my space feel comfortable. I don't want to like, you know, cross any lines in regards to like making folks feel like, damn, did you know Blaze was like over here mimicking and like, you know, mimicking my heritage and this, that, and the other. I'm like, I was not trying to do that. I promise. I genuinely don't try to do that because I know how offensive that can come across. You think colonizer accents are fair game? Oh, yeah. Again, those types of things, yeah, sure. But other ones, it's like, no, we're not going to do that here. Absolutely not. Y'all not about to get me in trouble. No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. Exactly, Epic. And also, welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? I know exactly who said this. But also, I appreciate you saying it in ye olden times, considering we are playing, you know, ye olden times Ace Attorney instead of present day
Ace Attorney. Technically, like, it's in the past or, like, kind of current day, because I think the Ace Attorney series took place, it was roughly in the 2020s. I do know that for a fact because they do mention years at some point, which I find hilarious because it's like, now we're living in peak Ace Attorney times. You really thought people in Ace Attorney only got arrested for murder? I think so? Yeah. I don't think there's been a case where someone wasn't arrested for murder. Or at least shown guilt of murder. Like, they've been arrested for not murder. Because let's be honest, every person that gets arrested for murder, with the exception of a few cases where it's just like, no, you got the right guy, leave him there. Yeah, we defended him at some point in time, but we actually found out he was actually, like, you know, the killer, even in an indirect sense. Leave him there. He belongs there. But 90% of the time, or most of the time, it's always someone else than the person that we're defending. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil, and let's not come back here again, if we can help it. Oh, God. What is it? What is it, baby? What is it? What is it? Before you go, there's just one thing. I'm not doing the ahs. Oh, yes? What is it? These Sogi papers. You remembered? You're gonna tell us? I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them. Oh, I will, because it's evidence, baby. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. Oh, okay. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, someone's gonna assassinate you? It could be rather troublesome, I think. Okay, I understand. But also might not keep my mouth shut, considering who we are. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind,
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
he looks so depressed sitting there on the bed. Oh, can we just examine him real quick? Also, I just want to, you know, look around here. Be nosy just a bit. Ah, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well.
I imagine they were imported to Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. Oh God, what did you do? But then I slipped and sprained my... Oh. That was karma, honey. That was full-blown karma. That's what you get for playing around with a, you know, a tool for accessibility.
I see.
They contain powerful magic, these wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I'm gonna call them that from now on. That's exactly what I'm gonna call them. I think it's certainly cheeky. The cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself, yes. But I'm using that to describe crutches from now on. Patient treatment notes. What do they say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil was a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out? What? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him to say, be my guest? What? Where did you get that? How did you? No, Susato, don't feed into that. He's just being stupid. There's a lot of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there? If I were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep, so you drugged me. Oh, God. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. She would leave it open purposely. That's how I feel. There's all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some pills. I hope not. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I'm almost willing to test this lock, firsthand, because if we just leaving around some Robitussin and some, strong-ass pills for, the patients to take when they just feel in some type of way, I don't even know. Well, maybe there's a lawsuit on somebody's hands. I'm not in the medical field, so I don't know, what would happen during these times. Would they just basically be like, well, we've lost another one, let's just bury them and not speak about this to anyone? Or would they just, get hit with a lawsuit? Homie is going through it at the beach. He really is. He just looks stressed like this entire time after talking to us. Hunger doesn't turn me to a criminal, Miss Susato. I mean, it might to other folks. I've seen it get the best of folks, and they really hungry. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump. Oh. And you left him near a window! You left him near a window! Do you not realize he's right next to a window? This is why we can't stay here. I'm not witnessing another crime on my hands. I'm already dealing with one case. I'm not dealing with another one. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Oh my God. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear. Poor man. Yeah, you put him near a window. No wonder he's stressed. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. Oh, good Lord. Alright. Well, at least we ain't finding no more, rats in this place. I'm pretty sure they exist, but at the same time, I'm glad we're not running into rats this time visiting this hospital. This notice caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps. Let's Callie. You're perfectly fine, I promise. Oh my god. But also, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Duchess. Hi, Sheppy. Thank you guys for sharing your community with me at the same time. Good lord. But I hope the stream went well. How are you guys doing? And also those just coming in from the raid. Hi, if this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I am a Dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So it's what I call Storytime Saturdays, where I basically take a visual novel or a story heavy game or a narrative game and basically read it out loud. And depending on what type of game it is, I may do the voices or just do like, you know, natural, just reading out loud for the comfortability of like, you know, viewers who just want to hear something, you know, calming and some storytelling. But how are you guys doing? How was y'all's stream? Tell me what all you did. What was today's plans on stream? Let me know all the tea. And also, if those coming in want to know a little bit more about me, here's a nice little raid video. Enjoy.
My path is the only path I can take. Yeah, I know it's chosen. There ain't no easy road. Gotta create it. It's not given. I'm just living. I'm just living. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it up your seat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive. Let the downside up to top notch. Whatever haters do. Hot top that. Do it like this. Do it like that. Do it like how it did. But now I do it like what?
Feed your artist.
Determination, like just imagine things that happen. Except the ass laughing. You go there. Please gonna keep asking. Losers terribly active facto. What you don't possess, it's not in stores. I work my ass while you in a bad store. Turning dust to gold, hardcore. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it up your seat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it up your seat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive.
But yeah, that's just a little sneak peek. Sneak peek into some of the streams here. But yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. And also, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. Your mental and physical health comes first. So make sure you take care of those needs. But we just vibing here. So if you want to stick around and see what I'm about and also what the community is about, feel free. Working on your lure art. You shrimp too much while drawing, so you gotta go lie down now. Your lurk, please go take care of yourself. Kelsey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really do appreciate it, and I hope that you get all the art lore done relatively soon. I cannot wait to see like the finished product. But yes, go lie down, get you some rest. I do appreciate you. And also, Sheppy, that's awesome that you played some Skyrim. How was Starfield? I've been seeing a lot of people play that game as well, and seeing that they been having an enjoyable time with that game. And also, hello, Kelly. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. That was so cool, Blaze. Listen, that was Jay. Jay literally came into my DMs and was just like, hey, Blaze. Hang on. Let me replicate what Jay did. Hey, Blaze. Hey, Blaze. I got something for you. And I'm like, but what is it? Give me some resources. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Here you go. Sure. And he's like, thanks. Runs off. Goes back. Okay, all right, cool. And he comes back into my DMs and is like, I got something for you. I'm like, what is it? Gives me a little teaser. Oh, this is cool. Dope. Awesome. Great. And then goes away again. And then comes back and then it's just like, here you go. But yeah, no, that was literally something that Jay had just done on his own, and just wanted to gift me for. So I was just like, this is so dope, and I nearly cried when I saw it. I was like, oh, this is so dope. Like, it's so fucking cool. And I need to share this with somebody. So I was just like, we'll make this a raid video. Why not? We'll make it a raid video. So that's what I did. So anytime folks raid me, they get to see that little snippet, which I think it's so dope. So yes, if y'all are looking for a good video editor and you want to, like, you know, get him his bag, please go follow J4Gamers. Go follow him. Go follow him. Go support him. Feed your artists. He's the one who did the Feed Your Artists video on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, he does some video editing stuff because he genuinely takes like clips from like various streamers, and like if he feels inspired to do so, he just takes them, edits them, and it's just like, well, this became 10 times more hilarious than I could ever make it. And he also did the highlight reel that you know, of me and Sheppy playing Portal 2 together. So like he took that, I gave him the clips from both of our channels, and he took that, basically did his own jam. I let him have free liberty to do that. And, you know, yeah, I put that on the YouTube, which, by the way, if you want to take a peek at that, there it be. There's the link right there in chat. Points. Just look for basically me and Sheppy in a thumbnail. You'll see the highlight reel for that. So, yeah. Go check him out. Go get him his bag. Because he be doing a lot in the content creation world, and he tries his best to do it specifically for, like, you know, Black creators, BIPOC creators. So go give him a follow. Go check out his content, and, you know, let me know what you think. But yeah. And also, again, those just joining in from the raid, please make sure to take care of yourself. We just vibing here. We taking care of ourselves as best as we can. Let me go ahead and hydrate before somebody looks at me and says, Blaze, did you eat? Hydrate? I did, okay? I did. Don't yell at me. Oh. But yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying Starfield so far, Sheppy. You ended up missing Skyrim, so you swapped back to Skyrim. Is definitely fun. That's what's up. I need to figure out like another game to play after I end Bum Rush Cyberpunk, because I'm coming close to the end, I feel, and I think like this coming Friday will most likely be the end of it. And so now I have to find like another game that I've put off for too long to either circle back around to or either start and play. So that, and also depending on how Hollow Knight goes, because I know I'm getting to a point where I might have to get into a territory where I don't know how I'll feel in regards to my phobia. I might actually test that out. I wonder, can I do like several save files in Hollow Knight? That's something I'll have to look into, because depending on the severity of it, I can either bring it back on stream and be fine, or it might be just one of those where it's just like, well, we've gotten to a point where I can no longer progress because, yeah. So we're gonna have to find another game to play, which sucks because I've enjoyed a lot of Hollow Knight, even if I do get lost a lot in that game. But yeah, unfortunately, the devs did not, you know, think about people with certain phobias. So I have to tread carefully. You're gonna rest. Hope stream goes well. Thank you again for sharing your community with me, Sheppy. Please go rest. I know you're on the other side of the world, so please make sure you get you some sleep. I'm gonna be off tomorrow, so I might be lurking in streams because I have more spoons to kind of lurk and vibe in streams now than I did last week, because I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna lie down in bed. I don't feel like vibing with folks right now. No offense to anybody, it's just spoons were very low earlier this week and last week. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Miss Usato. It is full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Spoons. So it's in reference in terms of like mood, Mr. B. I forget what the actual like scientific description behind it, but it's in reference to like, you know, basically kind of depression in a sense. So like I had gone through a real life experience recently that kind of hit me hard, where I was just like, yeah, I'm still kind of figuring out my emotions on how to kind of navigate this situation, because one, it's never happened to me before, and two, it's just one of those where it's just like I have to figure out what my next plans are per se. And then also the overwhelming fact of me worrying about 1,000,001 things all in that same moment. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. I'm in a place where I can kind of talk about it more. If you want to know the full details around that, I encourage you to watch the VOD from Labor Day in the US, which would be September 4th. Because I did a just chatting stream where there's 2 chapters. It's just chatting, and then the Honkai Star Rail stream that I did. I explain it there because I talk about, like, you know, why I was gone for like 2 weeks, which is a happy moment for when I was gone for those 2 weeks. But I also touch on some things such as like my schedule changing and some life stuff if you're very curious. But yeah, I'm in a better place. I promise you, I'm in a very better place than when I was last week and earlier this week. But yeah, sometimes I just have like low spoons where it's just like I can't be bothered to be around people, or like I don't want to like take out my emotions on others that I care about. So I typically stay away or isolate myself for a bit and then come back when, you know, I'm like, yeah, I can vibe here. I don't mind. So you got to take care of yourself. Mental health is something that I do advocate for when it comes to, you know, streams and just the space in general. So you're okay, horizontal, so you're good. I'm glad, Kelsey. I'm glad. You have a phobia that constantly have to monitor when you check out new media, so I get you. Yeah. It's... I really am upset that I can't play Luigi's Mansion 3 anymore. Because the minute that I found out Nintendo was just like, yeah, we're incorporating these as enemies now in the game, and I'm like, you've ruined a beloved game for me from my childhood. I loved Luigi's Mansion 1. I tried 100%ing Luigi's Mansion 1. And when they started incorporating that in Luigi's Mansion 3, even though I know they had like a 2, which I think was on the DS or something of that nature, I was very disappointed in, 1, that I spent money on this, and 2, that they actually used it as jump scare tactics in that game. And I was like, oh, so you're playing into this. I see. You realize people possess this phobia, right? And this is not a laughing matter. But go off, Nintendo. Go off. It's okay. Don't give a fuck about like the folks who actually have that phobia and like making it accessible to folks who are very long time, you know, fans of the series. Just do what you want. Because me and another friend were very excited for that game, and we both possessed that phobia. And when we found that out, we were like, I guess we can't play this game safely without, you know, possibly yeeing our Switch console out the window and breaking, you know, a $300 console. I would rather not do that if I'm playing it in handheld mode. And I'd rather not do that if I have like a controller in my hand and I'm playing it on screen. So yeah, no. Also, thank you, Serial, for reminding me. Don't forget, we do have a community challenge that's going on right now. So if you've been here for a while and you've been enjoying the vibes, or you've seen some of my past content and you want longer content from me, feel free to, you know, contribute towards the community challenge for the week-long Donathon. I do have some stuff planned, such as showcasing some things upcoming in the VTuber scene, as well as some fun, interesting events that I've done previously, either during charity streams or things that I want to bring to my channel, but I have held off on it because it's one of those, you know, special occasion type of things where it's just like, I'll do it, but just for monetary value. So feel free to contribute. It's free 99 for right now, but if we do manage to hit that goal, you know what to do. Psychonauts 2 is really good about trigger warnings. You wish more games were like that? Yes. That, and then what's another game? It's another game that I learned about recently that was really good about trigger warnings and making sure people who, you know, either needed it for, like, you know, sight disabilities or like hearing disabilities or anything of that nature. It was very accessible in terms of that, and also like trigger warnings for folks who either have phobias or, you know, may experience some discomfort talking about certain subject matters and topics. Oh, I know. Validate was one of those that's really good about that. Because that's also a really good visual novel that I encourage a lot of people play and check out. It was done by a BIPOC cast, so Black Indigenous people of color. So highly recommend. I think it was all Black if I'm not mistaken, but just in case, you should definitely check out Validate. But it does do a really great job of, like, before you jump into the episode, it precedes it with, like, you know, trigger warnings in terms of talking about like drugs or like abuse or anything of that nature. Because I know some of those topics may be really heavy for other people. And you have slow reaction times to stuff like quick time events are hard for you. Yeah. It's something you've been taught being autistic since you have a schedule everyday task since it gets nearly consistent burnout. It's just in general a general term for any energy usage, mental or otherwise. Yeah. The spoon theory. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's just like I can push through it, but I'm basically pushing to my limit. And I don't want to get to that point where I push to my limit with certain things. And I know Friday when I went to go to Dragon Con with some friends, I didn't push my limit, but I did kind of have to push a little bit past that barrier because I almost kind of just said, no, I don't want to go out. I just want to stay at home and vibe. But I knew it was good for me to be around company at that time, because otherwise it wouldn't have done me any kind of justice doing so. But yeah, that's pretty much what it's used to describe. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear, what terrible treatment.
Been streaming every day since Wednesday and you forgot to not do that because you feel like Jello right now. Self-care is important. Yeah. Definitely do that. So I'm glad that you're treating yourself well, Kelsey, because I haven't done a week-long stream yet, which is why I have that as a community challenge, just to kind of give it a try. But I have done a 24-hour stream. And this was before Twitch had like a, you know, I'm just sleeping category. Because it was against TOS, if I remember correctly, to sleep on stream at the time. So I did manage to do that. I just put it on the be right back screen anytime I got some rest. But I also had, you know, friends with me, IRL friends, who were also streamers themselves, take over stream for me when I was like in a place where I was just like, I'm gonna lie on this couch and go to sleep. You're more than welcome to take over my stream and stream to my community. Do what you need to do, because they just had experience streaming to folks. So they played DBD for a while until I got, you know, my stamina back. And then I think we ended it on playing either Just Dance or Mario Kart. I can't remember when. But I remember as soon as like that 24-hour hit, I was like, yes, I'm free. I can finally go to bed and get a good night's rest and never have to think about you all again. Oh, I'm so happy. 24 hours is so impressive because your max is 14 hours. Listen, the longest that I've done since I did that 24-hour stream was probably like 16 hours. 14 to 16 hours. And that was when I played Mystical Ninja starring Goemon on the N64. Yes, I have the actual N64. Yes, I use the actual controllers from the N64, raggedy and all, and I left my console on for that long just so I could get through that game because I've played it on emulator before. I don't like some of the graphical glitches. Oh shit, I shouldn't have mentioned that. But at the same time, I bought the game, okay? I bought the game. I played it just, you know, for science on the flightless bird. But yeah, I just decided to play it on hardware and just like forego the whole sort of like memory card issue because I think my memory card, which is now lost to the void, I don't know where it is, died on me. So it wouldn't work anyway if I popped it into the back of the N64 controller. So I was just like, well, I guess I'll just leave the console on and just play it for a very long stream. And then, you know, I won't put it down until, you know, we beat it. And we beat it. And now it's done. I wish I saved the VOD for that. But I think that was, yeah, that was during my Fleshtuber days. So you wouldn't have gotten the full VOD of that because I started keeping VODs when I became a VTuber. So you didn't sleep for that 14 hours though? You were so tired? Oh my god. I am so sorry, Mr. B. But yeah, it be like that when you go for a very long period of time. I can justifiably say, like, you know, I did it for 24 hours, but I do not recommend other people do that with no sleep involved. It's kind of dangerous because I literally felt like death while doing a 24-hour stream. And this was like, I think first portion of it was me and my friends just drunk as fuck. And then we passed out for a bit, and then we went live again, and then tried to do entertaining stuff for like roughly about 12, 16 hours ish. And then I was hungry and tired, and so I went to sleep for a while a friend, you know, did DVD streams. And then we got something to eat, came back, and I still felt like death. Like I was just like, I don't know if I can push past this, but I managed, I survived, and I'm never doing it again without a full night's rest. And I'm so thankful Twitch now has, like, you know, I'm just sleeping category because my ass would have died that day. Like, no lie, if I tried to pull it nowadays. I don't think that's healthy. Also, enjoy the lurk, Kelsey. Yes, please go get you some rest because I know you've been live for some time and streaming takes a lot out of you. Trust me. Please go get you some rest. You gotta be completely sober for long streams. Alcohol puts you to sleep. Same. And that was my mistake, but I wanted to have fun since it was like me and two other friends. So we were just clowns for like the better portion of it. And I still have the entire VOD. You know, it's just saved on my hard disk instead of like, you know, somewhere out there on the interwebs because it's so old and I've already deleted it from like my highlights if I remember correctly. Yeah, I had to because I think it also had like DMCA music in it, so I had to remove it from my channel just in case, you know, Twitch decided to snipe it like my Lamo VOD, which I'm still very upset about, but it's okay because I have a clips channel now. So any clips that are captured here on Twitch now get uploaded to that because Twitch was basically acting out the side of their neck and deleted one of my favorite VODs. It was iconic. Anybody who's followed me for like prior to my VTubing days will tell you how iconic the Lamo VOD was and how much chaos it caused and why there's a whole like, you know, not only just, you know, a Lamo emote, but also me saying Lamo as a soundbite because that's exactly what I said. And you could see the highlights still, luckily, but the clip Twitch removed for some fucking reason and it pissed me off, and so I said, no, fuck y'all. I'll just create a clips channel. I'm done with y'all. Yeah, there's a cooldown on sound effects and commands, platypus. I learned my lesson after the petty incident, which I had a video to basically represent that where somebody basically spammed the petty command, you know, back to back at least 24 fucking times during a Splatoon stream. And I was like, y'all are menaces. The minute I find out how to figure out to put a timer and a cooldown on this shit, it's going on literally everything. And that's exactly what I did. Although I was using a different bot at the time too. Honestly, neurotypical too. You played that game and stayed up way too late on a work day. Oh my god. Like it be like that. It honestly do be like that because that's me with like certain games. And also like certain like content. Like I was telling chat earlier how I was editing a video for a project I cannot say quite yet. And I stayed up roughly around to like 2 or 3 a.m. because I had to, you know, set up some stuff and also like throw on some stuff to kind of accommodate what I was trying to record and like get done by that day because there was like a deadline tied to it. But yeah, it was it was a lot. And then I woke up and it was like 10 a.m. this morning and I was like, Dan, I got me some good ass sleep. And I done that with a TikTok that I made that took me roughly 9 hours to do. It's not on my current TikTok because that's dedicated to my VTuber stuff, but like my old TikTok, which is now deleted, when I was doing like IRL stuff, and I did the JoJo Pose challenge, if y'all remember that, and that took me 9 hours to do all the things. You can see it on my Instagram if you really care, but yeah, that took me fucking 9 hours to do. And I remember it specifically because I had work the following day and I woke up literally maybe about 5 to 10 minutes late to like a meeting that I was supposed to be in. And they were just like, you know, is Blaze supposed to be coming? And I logged in and it was just like, oh, there they are. I'm like, yep, I'm sorry. I kind of like, you know, quote unquote missed 2 hours of the workday because of a TikTok. Don't mind me. But yeah. Oh, nope. I was trying to investigate this poor, sad little man. Is he going to talk to us some more if I select him? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Drawing Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. How's your Saturday treating you so far, Bishojo? Well, at least he seems to be on the mend.
You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
Masterful is a word. I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy. Yeah, that's the only thing I can recall from that.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far, honestly? He's a mess. Alright. Let's go see where else we need to go. What's new on this map? We have the prosecutor's office, Fresno Street, prison, the governor's. We have that. We've been there. There's Shom Suite. What new has been added to the map? Oh, should we visit this man? Ugh. Why did you focus on his fucking painting? This damn man. Prosecutor's office. And then you have like a whole reenactment of what happened to Gregson in the center of your table. Why are you crying?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Okay, Susato. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit sese style. I probably butchered that. Whenever he's working. Sesa. Sesa? I don't know. Blurda! Hi! Welcome in. How's your Saturday going? I know you're just coming from work. If I had to guess. You know how we meet. You know exactly how we meet every time I see you in chat. Your fingers were ready. I don't even have to ask no more. But outside of work, how are you doing? Like, overall? I hope you're doing well. Seiza? Seiza. Okay, all right, cool, yes. We'll go with that. You hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I'm vibing on an energy drink right now and also trying my best to zoom through this game. But I know I'm not going to get to the end anytime soon. Not today anyway, because we're still on episode 4. And episode 5 is like at least, roughly a good 6 to 8 hours long. It's a long time. Not well, Will. It was fun while it lasted, Kaiba. No, you got to stay here. Blurt is here. What you mean? There she be. You will. Can't stop eating, but it's all good outside of that. Yes, understandable. Completely understandable. In my case, I can't seem to figure out when to eat. It's hit or miss. But lately I've been doing good about feeding myself, which probably means that like I'm in a good mentality, because last week it was kind of hard to remember to eat. Not gonna lie. But we're in better standings right now, so we're in a happier spot. But overall, I'm glad that you're doing well. We like good mentality, exactly. I try my best to keep a good mentality, and so far it's been pretty decent. We'll see how the rest of this month goes. I'll say it that way, but I'm trying to stay very positive right now. Be like that with the med ones too, so you feel them all, yeah. Yeah, the med ones, I'm just like, oh, that's right. It's time to eat and hydrate myself. I should probably do that. Otherwise, I'm going to feel a severe headache either late in the day or late at night right before bed or either in the morning. And I'll wonder why. And I'll be like, oh, it's because I didn't hydrate or feed myself for like a good 24 hours. Man, sucks for me. Hunger headaches are the worst, yes. And I've done it so many times where it's just like, I wonder why I have a headache. And then I realize, I haven't eaten anything today. I should probably change that. And also watching like sodium intake too, because like I've had some days where it's just like I probably took in too much sodium. And so those cause me headaches. And then I'm just like, okay, I got to chill on like, eating anything else with salt, because then it's just like, this is going to cause me pain. And I also need to make sure I hydrate myself so I don't wilt like a, dry ass flower stuck in like, 100+ degree weather. Oh, hi, Kazuma. How are you doing? But yeah, also, do you have any other plans for the rest of the night, Blurta? Now that you're home? Are you just chilling, relaxing? Are you content creating? Either way, I hope it's a relaxing one for you or an enjoyable one. Therapeutic, that's the word. Because I know I already did my therapeutic session with spending several hours on a graphic. Because graphic design is not my forte, but I try to pretend like I'm a professional graphic designer. Oh, well, you never left home? Oh, well, that's good. That is good. I'm glad. You'll just be eating and watching anime and catching up on anime. Oh, nice. Nice. Do I have... Oh, I do have an anime to catch up on. I'm glad you said something. Because I forgot there's 2 things I have to watch on a Thursday. One of them is the new Rurouni Kenshin series, which I've been doing a good job of keeping up with. The other one is I started watching Fiona and Cake. So... that's... I have some reserves about that one. Like, it's good, but the latest episode, it made it kind of come across as like very mid. And I don't know. Maybe it's just me because like I've seen, Adventure Time. Like I rewatched all of Adventure Time pretty recently, so it's fresh in my head. And then I just got around to watching, Distant Lands? If I remember correctly. And though I knew that it had like sort of the same sort of like tone that, for those of y'all who've seen like maybe Steven Universe Future or the movie, it takes that sort of tone with Distant Lands, which I'm just like, I'm not surprised it did that. It's more of like an adult tone versus like the childlike nature that most people are used to with Adventure Time, because it was catered to children. But Distant Lands and Fiona and Cake are more so tailored towards adults, so not best for children to watch because there is some profanity, there are some adult themes, but it's still pretty good. It's just the story is very predictable in my opinion. Like I can see what direction it's taking, and I'm like, I was hoping for a crossover, but this is not what I kind of thought of. Or like maybe like one of those like side stories where it's just purely Fiona and Cake, and I'm not trying to spoil it for anybody, but it's not how it was kind of promoted per se. And I will just leave it at that and let y'all explore what Fiona and Cake is about. So why must Fiona and Cake be bound to the USA? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. You're hoping if you wait a year till it shows up like the UK, like yeah, no spoils, Platypus. Don't shout out anything in regards to anything that may have been shown. You need to finish Adventure Time because you started it when it first aired and didn't keep up with it. Yeah, and I finally, because like I think when I first watched it, I watched pretty much all the way up until season 7, where, because if you've seen Adventure Time, I will say this. It starts off very campy and like, you know, catered towards kids, even with like, you know, some hints of like adult jokes in it. But as it progresses each season, it gets darker and darker and darker, which is why I say if somebody who's wanting to watch Adventure Time can't handle dark themes and kind of like heavy material, probably not best to watch it. Because it's also like Steven Universe in that sense, where it touches on like, you know, realistic themes of like, you know, abuse, abandonment, some other topics there that could be very triggering to folks when you watch that series. So if none of that bothers you, by all means watch it. But if some of those things, and even like religious natures, because that was also another thing that Adventure Time tiptoed but also jumped into the fucking lake towards the end of the series, if you watched it all the way to the end. And so it rubbed a lot of folks the wrong way too. It's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch this anymore. I'm like, fair, understandable. But yeah, I've seen that in Distant Lands, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I had really dark phase for a while. Then they let up on it from what you remember. Oh, they didn't let up on it once it got to that really dark place. It kept going dark. It had some moments where it was lighthearted, but at the very end, it got extremely dark. It got to borderline Distant Lands dark on the very last episode of Adventure Time. After the events of the Lich King. Oh yeah, yes. After the events of the Lich King is when it started going dark. Because then it actually, I think that's when, I guess the creators of Adventure Time had like a staple story of what they wanted to tell. Because a lot of it kind of tied back into the Lich King. Yeah, but even that, Platypus, because somebody had posted that on my Twitter timeline, and it was a spoil for me because I didn't realize certain characters made an appearance. So that's why I said don't mention even things that you may come across on Twitter. If it's just like a clip, don't say anything because no one may know the premise of it. Centaur War is something you recommend if you do like the heavy themes, but in SU in Adventure Time, yeah, it's a lot. So I'll check out Centaur World if it's like that. Cause I kind of like it, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't really want to watch this because life is already depressing enough. I don't need this as well. You've heard mixed reviews, yeah. Like, I had high hopes for it, but it's just like, I don't like the direction that they went in this. So, but I'm very overcritical when it comes to storytelling because I've seen a lot of anime. I've seen a lot of, you know, different takes on like cartoons or animes that are well known, that have a good story. And it's nice to watch as an adult versus as a child because a lot of that stuff kind of goes over your head. And even though Adventure Time didn't really come out when, you know, I was necessarily a child, I think I was more so in like my young adult years, which, yeah, you could say I'm still in that. But yeah, it was one of those things where it's just like, man, this is kind of heavy. It's kind of like Legend of Korra versus Avatar: The Last Airbender. They have kind of different themes, but also they have some dark moments as well that they kind of share. Like, Atla got a little bit dark towards the end as well, or like midway kind of through, or really there was some moments where it's just like, it was like bits and pieces, but it wasn't like overwhelmingly like dark. You could still have fun and laugh with the characters, enjoy it. And then you get to Legend of Korra and it's like, it's got a lot heavier theme to it in terms of like the weight of what's going on in that world versus what happened in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Both are great series. It's just, you can tell the tones are very different. You think you came out when you was in middle school, you was 12, you think? Yeah, I think I was in my uni days. I will say that. So take that as you will in terms of what era I was. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. But yeah, both are really good series. I enjoy them. I have to kind of watch myself when it comes to watching them because Adventure Time I can rewatch. Distant Lands and Fiona and Cake I probably cannot rewatch because they get a little bit too heavy, but I do want to like watch it just so I can understand like certain plot points that I may not have gotten in Adventure Time, or like want to explore more lore wise or see what has happened since, you know, the ending of Adventure Time. You don't think you ever got past part of season 2 in Legend of Korra? You should definitely watch it because I didn't get past that either. Because I think that was the only, like, they only aired season 1 on Nickelodeon at the time that it came out, and so it took me years to watch that, and I only recently watched Legend of Korra, like maybe if not earlier this year, sometime last year, if I remember correctly. I agree, Mr. B. I completely 100% agree. It had some good moments, but it wasn't my favorite. Like, Atla is just one of those where it's just like, that was peak in terms of the Avatar universe. Legend of Korra, it's like, unless you really just want to feel heavy feels and dark themes, yeah, that was what bothered me. And again, not trying to spoil, she went through a lot of shit. And granted, Aang also did too, but the way that they approached it was more tactful, in my opinion, and tasteful. And granted, they were children. Like, they were more so children back then. And then, like, in Legend of Korra, they were more so, like, late teens, young adult, you know, times. So it's like, it makes sense that they, I guess, had to kind of, like, go through it in that sense. But still, it's like, why did you put them through this level of hell? It wasn't even 10 when Adventure Time came out. Oh no! Not this, Mr. Uncomfortable. Season 1 is still the best. Though, yeah. Season 1 was great for that series. Was the Bald Airbender Ben? Because that season was decent. Bald Airbender. What do you mean? I don't know of a airbender that had hair outside of Aang during that, you know, first period when he was trying to disguise himself. relationship drama was a bit heavy. Yeah, that too. I forgot about that. Spoiler? Yeah. All the yeah. Pretty much all of them are bald. Cause I don't think there was one that wasn't bald. At least not one that's coming straight to mind, in my opinion. But yeah, there were some moments that were good in Legend of Korra, and other moments where it's just like, damn. You're thinking of season 3? I'm trying to recall like all of what happened during that series, because it's been a minute since I've seen it. Season 1, Season 3, Season 4, and then Season 2. Season 2 was trash. I'm trying to recall Season 2. It's been too long. It's almost to the point where it's just like I blocked out a lot of it from my mind. There were some characters that I really loved from that series. I will say that. But most of the story was just like, is very heavy at times. And I know like people were saying like it's really good because like, you know, stuff happens and it makes you happy, and I'm like, you lied to me. You lied to me. There was only like a few moments where it made me happy, very few. The rest of it made me feel very deeply for what Korra had to go through. Oh no. You don't put spoilers in chat. Please no. Please no. Hold up. I don't have my mod thing on. Damn it. See, this is what happens when I swap it from mod to not mod. But yeah, ignore that in chat because I don't know if mods are here right now. Yeah, no. Please no spoils. Just speak on very vague moments in regards to that series. I'm never gonna watch Avatar too long. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Thank you, Rico, for sharing your community with me. But hi, everyone. If this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I am a Dragon VTuber, and we are playing some The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh, also, I should probably, just in case. You saw nothing on screen. So one of my pet peeves is like, I don't want spoilers. So you just pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. You saw nothing. Pay attention to nothing that happened before this. But welcome in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. And also tell me how Tekken 7 was. And those of y'all just coming in from the raid and want to know a little bit about me and my community and what we stream here, here's a nice little raid video. Enjoy.
My path is the only path I can take. Yeah, I know it's chosen. There ain't no easy road. Gotta create it. It's not given. I'm just living. I'm just living. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it like it's heat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive. Let the downside up to top notch. Whatever haters do. Hot top that. Do it like this. Do it like that. Do it like how it did. But now I do it like what?
Feed your artist.
Determination, like just imagine things that happen. Set the ass laughing. You go there, please gotta keep asking. Losers terribly active facto. What you don't possess, it's not in stores. I work my ass while you in a bed store. Turning dust to gold, hardcore. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it at the seat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Shake it at the seat. Hold the drive. Coming through now. Coming through now. Coming through. Watch where you're going. Hold the drive.
But yeah, we're just playing some the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So like it's basically set prior to the trilogy of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. So we're playing as Phoenix's ancestor, which is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But the reason I paused because, you know, there's nothing on screen. That's important. Nothing on screen at all. No one rewind this VOD. I swear to God, I will fight you if you do. I will, but also thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. And if you're just coming in from the raid and you're tired or hungry and need to take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first. And, you know, if you just want to stick around and see what the vibes, or don't care about spoilers for this game, feel free to lurk. But also, if you do care about spoilers, now is a good time to leave. Now is a good time to not look at the screen, because once I unpause the screen, you're going to see all the spoilers. I don't want you to see all the spoilers. So, yeah, how was Tekken 7? Was it good? Were the matches great? Was it a good time? Did stream enjoy it? Tell us all the things. But also, again, just in case there's a delay in stream, I'm going to unpause this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your last warning to leave the stream or either leave a lurk if you don't want spoils for this game. Alright, cool, we're moving on. Nope, go back. Here we go. Stream enjoyed it? Nice, I'm glad. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for one second that it would be as a prosecutor. Don't insult Kazuma. Thank you, Blurta. Chew on Tig, please. Cause Tig is out of pocket. Thank you. I'm so glad so many folks are coming to Kazuma's defense. You leave him alone. You actually took a nap, bless. Oh, welcome back, Jelly. I hope the nap was well. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly, realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikatoba. Oh, not the silence. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it. Oh God, I don't know how to say that word. I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. Yes, he is. Crisp, clean boyo. You leave him alone, Tig. Kazuma's been through enough. About what happened to your father. He seriously has been through a lot in this series. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. And he's not the only one. There's another one who has gone through a lot of trauma in this game. But I'll let y'all figure out who the other person is. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Not you using my formal full name. And also, hold up, Kazuma, you buff? Remove your shirt just for science. I just want to see something. I'm getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Bureau. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever, hence why I said why I had to pause. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just a voice in my head. Wow! Hi, Bless. Hi, Bless. How are you, Bless? Welcome in. How's your Saturday? How you doing? He got it fitted so you could see his full arm bulk and fitties, honestly. He really did, Mr. Uncomfortable. Listen, I'll take his B cup. I'll sip from that B cup. Yes, I didn't know what happened or where I was. There's just a voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Oh. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Oh. Continue. I was so aggressive. You're so sorry. No, you're fine. That's what the bunks are there for. They're there to be aggressive. And chat does it anyway. They're just very rude. You thought I was gonna make the bonk noise? I mean, that was the bonk noise. I don't know what other noise you expected unless you mean the Bowser one. That one's the only one that does the musty ass turtle. But also, since you're mentioning channel points, don't forget we do have a community challenge going on right now. I believe we are at either 96, 97, 98%. I haven't looked at it yet. But, you know, if you got some channel points, make sure you put it towards that community challenge. If you want to see, you know, a week-long worth of content from me. Yes, teehee. Now, whether or not it actually happens October depends on a lot of life, you know, IRL stuff. But, you know, if you want to see it regardless, just consider, you know, putting it towards that community challenge. You only have till October to actually fill up that meter. So, if you miss out on the things, I'm not responsible. You will just get refunded all your points back, and we just won't have a week-long donathon. So don't worry about it. You do, but you want to snatch that wig? Well, I guess Tig just doesn't want to see a week-long donathon where she could snatch my wig regardless. Just literally just leave a lurk and rack up on points and be able to snatch my wig at least, you know, maybe roughly 2 to 3 times the entire 7-day stream. But it's okay. You could even snatch it in my sleep. I wouldn't know, because the bot would be running. I would be literally just, you know, in bed, sleep during my sleep. And that would be even more hilarious. But, you know, you do what you want with them points. You do exactly whatever you want with them points, Tig. It's really up to you. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
How would you just know that, Susato? Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your... Wow. I mean, they did say they did stop at Hong Kong, so I guess they would know just from, like, you know, the kind of stops that they made. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. I mean, you could do that with the week-long donathon, because I don't know if you've seen folks who literally gone live for like roughly several hours doing like a subathon or a donathon. I do have a bed that I plan on putting on stream. I will put my, you know, model in said bed, and she will be sleeping while I am also sleeping in IRL. And I will be snuggling with Raihan. Possibly, unless y'all snatch him out of my arms. So, a bed you said that? Yeah, that's why I said when I do the week-long donathon, I'm gonna have the whole setup where when it's bedtime, you're gonna see Blaze literally just doing this. Until she actually gets up and starts streaming again, which is basically when I actually start getting up and, like, you know, focusing my camera on the things. So not you can't hear. Open up your ears, Tick. What's wrong with you? The level of disrespect. You gotta sleep. It's midnight. Have a good stream. Thank you for dropping by again, Mr. Uncomfortable. Have a good rest. And I appreciate you dropping by. Hope you're doing well. Not you're old. Get yourself a hearing aid. What's wrong with you? Fix it. Fix it. And yeah, you could even swap out my dockies. Now, granted, I will have like a whole redemption like I had during my charity stream, where if you want me to hold you on my docky pillow, I can do that. And if you're curious as to what that looks like, give me a second. Nope. Nope. Did I have? Oh yeah, it's right here. Here it is. There's the chat one. Here's the Raihan one. And then here's the ugly ass Bowser one. No one wants to look at him. He's disgusting. But there's also ones where for the charity event, which I have in my inventory, where, you know, viewers may have, like, you know, art that they want on the pillow that they want of me to hug them with. And so they just give me that, and I just add it on the pillow, and then there you go. I'm hugging you. I'm sleeping with you. No, that's all. That's awful. That's awful. I take it back. I take it back. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I do not mean that. I'm sorry. I take it all back. But yeah, you can give me your art, and I will hold you gently in my hands. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, a liar. Blake, get out. You saw nothing. You heard nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. Oh, you're talking about... Anyway, I'm going back to this game. So I concealed myself among the disembarked passengers and went ashore. Dockies are such a good chat redeem. Those are cute. Aren't they? Aren't they adorable? Oh. Like, And I'll take this away so that way, you know, the immersion is there. But yeah. I had to edit the arms myself because, you know, the asset that I used came with some pale ass, you know, arms. So I took the arms of that asset, I edited it, and then I just replaced what they said to replace for the docky. And I made this in Canva, and I was just like, here you go. It's right, hon. I can't use other people's artists because it's technically on stream, and so, like, it's almost like marketing the artist's, you know, work. So since it's official artwork, I could put it here. So it's right, hon. He's so sweet. Anyway, let me go ahead and put this back, and then take this away. Oh, there we go. No, give me back. Give me him back. There we go. Tig, it would be you that actually pulls up the quote that you made and then freaking clip what I said. What the fuck? So many presets come with only pale skin to... I know. Listen, this is why I'ma make an asset. Oh, I need to do that before the week-long donathon. I need to see if I can draw that and rig it, because I have an ideal that someone gave me, where it's just like, there's no asset of this. And you would think most people, like, there would literally be an asset for this. And I was just like, oh, bet. Since I can't find one, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna draw it. I'm gonna throw it in my Ko-Fi shop once it's ready, and just be like, guess what? I got you, my brothers and sisters. Enjoy this asset. I'm not gonna say what it is because I don't need people stealing my ideal. But I'm gonna draw the thing and I'm gonna put it in there for other VTubers to use because it's a much needed item that I have not seen in the VTuber asset scene. So that's all I'm gonna say. Outside of, like, obviously, you know, our skin tone, because, you know, the pale people have taken over. There is no melanin skin tones for us that don't look ashy as fuck. Some assets. Oh my god! Hey! I'm speaking truth! I'm speaking truths and you punish me for speaking truths. Wow! That's wild. Attacked by my own kind. That's wild. The ashy dark skin tones are a pet peeve too. Oh man. Don't get me started. Do not get me started. Cause now you've made me think about like that art piece that I got where somebody who will remain nameless, but those of y'all who saw where I posted the thing. No one mentioned the artist because I'm not trying to start shit. I'm really not. But I will just say this. I know not a black person with pink nip-nops on their chests. I know not one black person with pink nip-nops on their chest, and I will just say that. So, yeah. I was very upset when I saw that, and I was just like, alright, so you just say you hate me and hate brown skinned folks. Just say that, please. Okay, so kind of off topic, you collect anime dolls and you have 2 dark skinned dolls? Yes. Preset for your 3D VTuber. Ooh, nice! Very nice. Hides, clips. Wait, what happened, Blurda? The company makes painted busts for all skin tones. Please tell me why you had dark-skinned girls with oh no. No. Oh, you're talking about your clip. Oh yeah. No, I got you, Blurda. I'm not gonna call you out here in regards to your clips. Yeah, that's what I mean, Tig. Cause I would assume that you would not have pink nip-nops. I would definitely assume that of you. I understand some people that is not, you know. Yeah, I will just be frank. Most melanin folks do not have pink nip-nops. Do not incorporate this in your spicy arts whatsoever, because I will frown upon thee. I really will. And Sayla made a really good point. Like, you see my lip color? That be the color of my nip-nops. Because this is also the same color of my lips in general, like in real life. So, yeah. Use that as your judgment. But I guarantee you, it is not pink nip-nops. Yeah, it's so sad that is a common theme. And what's even more upsetting is, like, the same artist had a whole color palette in front of them because it's on my ref sheet. You can literally see it on my ref sheet. It's right there for anybody who wants to see what my ref sheet looks like. All the colors that you need to use are right there. All right there. Where is the pink? Where is the pink? I just want to know. Where is it? You don't see it, right? You don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it either. So where the hell you got that from? I don't know. But yeah. The shit you learn in here, the shit you'll learn in the VTubing community, especially as a black indigenous person of color. The shit that you have to deal with in the VTubing community as a black indigenous person of color. Imagine has a ref sheet with all the info you could ever need and still getting it wrong. Yikes. That part! Smile. First clavicles, now this. Not clavicles. Oh, clavicles is such a great word. You was dead ass when you said you thought it meant man titties. I know. I know. Can you delete Baldur's Gate 3? It's hard. No, you've committed to the cause, Kaiba. You have to go with it, like full with your whole soul now. You've given your soul to that game. You cannot quit. You have to finish it, what you started. You haven't gotten any comms of your tuber, but you anticipate getting turned down because you have box braids. You know, that's that artist missing out on that. Because I feel like, you know, I haven't gotten turned down for my curls yet, which is surprising. Because I'm like, I'm waiting for the one artist that I come to and be like, your art is pretty. And they say I cannot do curls. And I'm like, okay, respectful. I will just go somewhere else. Understandably. But I would have thought the one thing I wouldn't have come across, even with a ref sheet that has all the colors you need for my model and how to draw my character, you would still draw her completely wrong with all the wrong colors. And mind you, I had to get them to draw my skin tone correctly as well. And I'm just like, it's right there, baby. It's right there. I can even take a picture of my ass from when I went to a place where there's a lot of light on me. In no shape or form, and excuse me when I say this, Tig, would my skin match the same lightness and fairness as Tig would have in either just mid-sunlight or bright-ass sunlight. Not even a crumb, but you know, do what you need. Do what you need to. You know you're a Simpson, not this. I'm trying to pull her down from a roof. They make brushes that do curly hair and braids and someone turn... I mean, but they may not have that resource. It's a skill issue, is what we call it in the artist community. I wouldn't go so far as like giving them that term, but I would say it is a skill issue that does need to be pressed. See, and that's the thing, it's not cheating. If you can't draw it like by hand, because it honestly, like, people in even the animation world, they take what has already been previously drawn for them to basically redraw over, or like, you know, make them work smarter, not harder type of deal. So respectfully, so it's not a cheating tool, it's just an asset that you can use to make, you know, your process go a lot smoother. Because even like, you know, my VTuber mom, though she did my hair by hand, like everything on my head, like all this hair, she did by hand. She could have easily taken a brush and did this too, if she wanted to. But she was against that. She wanted to do this. And she's done this multiple times in the Afrocentric art guide that they did. Because she did Keisha's hair, she's done my hair, she's doing, you know, like I said, an Afrocentric guide for like, you know, live 2D rigging with, you know, different Afrocentric hairstyles, all by hand. But there are brushes like, what's her name? God, it starts with V. Vigalia has put together that you can use. And I know some artists consider that cheating. It's not, in my opinion, at all. Because even Lovmura has used like brushes to like, you know, make her life easier in terms of like, you know, maybe adding sparkles, maybe adding like, you know, a chain effect to like certain things to her work. And it's like, there's no shame in using that at all. It makes, you know, your productivity much quicker than it would be to have to draw out every fine detail by hand. Not everyone has the time, you know, all the time in the world to be able to do all of that. And it just basically, you know, stretches out the effort of the art piece even longer than it needs to take. So I would not use Maniac to describe her platypus. I would rephrase that. Let's try to get away from like ableist terms such as crazy, you know, maniac, and any of these types of things. If you're unfamiliar with that terminology. Some things are tedious to draw by hand. Presets are working smarter, not harder. Exactly. So it's just like, if you choose to go the brush route, by all means do so. And don't let any artist or anybody make you feel some kind of shame for using those tools that are given to other artists to, you know, make productivity go a lot smoother. Oh, now we gotta talk about your journey to Great Britain? Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to you. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, warrior! Thank you for the 18-month subscription, warrior, and 100 biddies. I appreciate it. How are you doing, friend? I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday so far. I feel like it's been forever. Sorry to interrupt you, but I hope you're having a good day. No, you're good. It's never an interruption if you trigger some of my alerts here. I promise it is never an interruption. It's always a pleasure to see, you know, folks come through and give support however they feel, even if it's just chatting in chat. I appreciate you. You just got home from work. I hope you get a chance to unwind and enjoy the rest of your day. Treat yourself to something nice, because that's what I'm gonna do after stream. Trust and believe that. I got me some new bubble bath soaps, so I'm gonna be using that to get me a nice soak in. It's gonna be tasty time. So y'all behaving in here. We are Witcher. Did you eat? Did you hydrate? And also, hello. How's your Saturday treating you so far? Nomad Facts. They try to do the same for CSP users that like employing models. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I've seen artists use models as a drawing guide just to get the base down. It's literally there as an asset for artists to use to make their lives easier and make their work go easier, especially if they're taking in commissions. You know, yes, kudos to folks who can do that by hand, but it's also no shame to them if they choose to use those assets. And also, hello, Vagrant. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? But yeah, it's just wild to me how pressed some folks in the artist community are when it comes to, you know, using those tools, or either people who aren't even in the art industry and they want to like basically tell an artist how to do their own work. And it's just like, you know nothing of what you're talking about. Don't do this. I've seen that happen too, where it's just like, it's someone talking out the side of their neck and they're not even in like, you know, that subset or that field of something. Like for instance, with live 2D rigging and like, also like detailed artwork in terms of like how much an artist should, you know, list their prices for their artwork. Who are you to tell what an artist's worth is by saying their prices are too high? Who are you to say that? Do you know what all they put into their artwork? What kind of hours they're working in order to produce that kind of artwork? How about you look at it from those types of, you know, perspectives before you come out, you know, the side of your neck saying like, oh, well, $300 is too much for this kind of work. Where's the facts? Where's the sheets, my guy? Tell me where in the law or where in whatever guideline you're reading that doesn't exist that says $300 is too much for said work. If you just can't afford it, then just say that and just be like, well, I will save up for it. I will save up for it. But artists pour in their blood, sweat, and tears just to literally put together pieces that, you know, other folks admire. Don't shit on their work. And I will say that 10 times, you know, every time that people come in the stream talking out their side of the neck saying like, you know, well, an artist charged too much for this. Do you know what all went into it? Do you really know what all went into that? Same thing with like my model. Lovmura deserved every piece of the bag that I gave her for this model. Because if you look from the outside in, like my model is like 300 plus layers in a Photoshop file. 300 plus. Now you tell me if you can draw on 300 plus layers and then also get it to move. Tell me. What she's charging is fair. Honestly, I think it should be higher. And I'm glad that she's also incrementally raising her prices for said work because she deserves it. Same thing with any other artist that has, you know, improved their skill with where they started, because they're constantly improving every time. Like, you know, they take in more commissions, they take in more work, and they practice their craft and also do, you know, study more material when it comes to their work. It's so fucking hard. And if you have no idea what goes into, like, you know, art pieces when it comes to commissioning artists, then you have no right to tell them how they should charge their work. They know their worth. Let them do what they do. And if you can't afford it, like I said, just kindly just be like, I'll save up for it. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, imagine telling people you're broke. Wow. Like, honestly, like, I'm sorry. But at the same time, they are justified for the prices that they set for their work. Ain't nobody in this industry and this economy is gonna spend hours of work and get paid, you know, let's say $25. Like, imagine if you went to your job and you worked a whole 10-hour shift and all they gave you was a penny. A fucking penny for working 10 hours that entire day at your career. You feel some kind of type of way. I'm sure you would. Don't treat artists the same way. It's the same for them. That may be their full-time career, if not a hobby. And if it's their full-time career, don't rob them of that. Do not do that. Also, welcome in, Mechahonics. You came in while we're talking about, like, you know, a whole feed your artist segment. This happens sometimes when people basically get me stirred up with, you know, things where it's just like I see unfairness in certain communities that I am deeply invested in or have been in for quite some time. So, But I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday so far. We're honestly just also just chilling and vibing to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I'm once again chatting, doing more chatting versus actually playing the game, which is why we still have never left this screen, and Kazuma's just gonna sit in front of my screen, and people who have never played this game probably want to be like, oh, is she at the beginning? Oh shit, she's not. Oh my god, this guy is alive. My god, I need to leave. I feel so bad for spoiling folks, but at the same time, I would hope that people who don't want to get spoiled by this game don't come in and just be like, well, I wish I never learned of this because I'm still early on in the game, and it's just like, well, you've made your bed and rested in it, so, surprise, the bitch is alive. You quit, you'll try again in an hour? Oh. That's fair. Give yourself a mental break, Kaiba, if Baldur's Gate is pissing you off. Nice, you gotta love it when a game causes a discussion. I don't even know if the game caused a discussion. I don't even know how we got on this topic, to be honest. Also, Little Hope Peep, it's so good to see you. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? You would love to commission an artist and rigger live 2D model that turns left and right with... And you can also learn the craft. You can also learn it. That's what I did for my first model, because I was just like, I don't have the resources or time to try and look for a rigger. So guess what? We're gonna learn how to live 2D rig. But that's also me, because I like learning new stuff. If it seems like, if it tickles my programming or artsy brain, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'll take that on. And that's exactly what I did. And I found out that live 2D rigging is almost a little bit similar to programming. And I was like, oh, this ain't that bad. Still, there's some art, stuff that you have to kind of look at in terms of how natural the human body moves and what typically happens when you blink your eyes or when you're talking and your mouth is moving and your tongue sticks out and you got your puffy cheeks and you're bouncing and you're moving left and right and all the physics that kind of come with animating a character on screen where you're using just literal 2D pieces and trying to make them look as 3D as possible, and it's just basically a trick with your eyes with perspective. So yeah, sometimes you just gotta pick up a new craft when you can't afford it. DIY it. It's cheaper, I promise. That's the only reason why I'm editing my own videos, because if I could pay a video editor to just be like, here you go, here's some clips, do your thing, I would do so. But it's more cost effective to do my own editing and then every now and then pay a video editor when I have some spare funds to be like, hey, I want this to shine, do the damn thing. So, but I also know it also boils down to time and energy that you have to pick up a new craft and also put it to practice, because I've been behind on my video editing as well. So, but I'm trying to hop back into it. How's your day been, Blaze? It's been fantastic. We've gotten on some very, controversial topics in here, mainly within the art realm. We talked about how some artists can't do our hair right, they can't do our skin tone right, and then we also talked about my favorite topic, which is feed your artists and not demand what their prices should be set to if you have no idea what's all involved with creating a piece of work when it comes to live 2D rigging or even just drawing the artwork. Take in consideration and not just be very selfish with your money. Just be like, yeah, think about how much work went into this before you judge somebody in terms of what prices they set for their work. Because they're not gonna basically let you, lowball them. And I've been gently encouraging one of my dear friends who also did my sub badges, not sub emotes, but my sub badges, to gently raise their prices, possibly a lot more than what they're set to, because one, they're quick with their work, but they also do quality work, and they've had their prices set to said price for a very long time, and I want to see them thrive in the artist community. And I also want to help them get a table at like, you know, anime con, so that way they can have even more discoverability when it comes to their artwork. So stuff like that. Stuff like that. I will literally cuss you out if you know, demean an artist. All right, let me get off my rant because I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail like this entire game just to, you know, get on my soapbox about like, you know, the worth of people and the content that they create. But here we are. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Brass, hello. Nah, I'm just more so a person about fairness. Vagrant. I'm no champion. I'm just existing, I promise. But I will defend my artist friends with my whole fucking heart. Not friend mad along the way. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Drawing Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. And also, hello, King D-Mac. Welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? Or Sunday, depending on what time zone you're in, because it might be, you know, midnight for you already. Or it might be the morning. Who knows? Oh, friend made along the way. I completely missed the E in your name. I thought I made you mad for some reason along the way. But welcome in, friend made along the way. How are you doing? How's your day treating you so far? Well, you're doing the Lord's work either way. I tried to. Trust me. Otherwise, you know, PSAs like this wouldn't exist, which is also in my raid video. I think that link still works. God, I hope it still works. Let's see. It does. Excellent. I'm glad Jay never deleted that. I would have been so upset if he did. Well, that's a good name. You might take it before other people too. I mean, it was a great name. That's why I was like, damn, I made them mad and they just got here. That's wild. Your raid video was nice as fuck, by the way. Thank you. The same person who did the PSA Feed Your Artist is the editor. So like, if you're looking for a nice editor, like no cap, reach out to J4Gamers, because he definitely needs his bag for the amount of work that he does just for free to some creatives in this space. So if you got, you know, the funds to do so and you're looking for a nice video editor, I highly recommend J4Gamers. He will work with you. He will try his best to basically produce the content that you want in terms of like, you know, elevating some of the humorous moments of your streams or, you know, YouTube videos or whatever. He's done a great job with like a lot of stuff that I've thrown at him. You're good? You just got back home from a local card game tournament? Ooh, nice. How did that go? Did you rank high? Did you rank low? Tell us all the details around that if you don't mind sharing. I mean, the man has lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. Is it? You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. Ah, they took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about the Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Why did they give him like all of this aesthetic, like the mask and all? What was the purpose of that? Yes, I did. Your father, Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
You leave him alone, Tig! Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago.
Oh, sad backstory time. Oh, look! It's Kazuma and his dad! How sweet. This guy puts a lot of thought into his wardrobe. He really does. I don't even know if he picked out his wardrobe or if, like, you know, the British Empire did. I don't really know who did it, but he switched from black to white with the quickness. You would think, like, you know, maybe they kept his old attire, but no, he got the white fit now. You got 4th place in your Yu-Gi-Oh turn. Oh, wow. That's pretty dope, Lotus. That's pretty dope. Congrats on that. I don't think I would even place that high if I, you know, attempted like maybe a Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. So that's pretty dope. Man got a weapon on his neck. Yes, we talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, Kaiba. Hence your name. I've made the connection. So is the British Empire giving out detective masks? I don't know if he's a detective. You just got here. He's a so he's, you know, originating from Japan. So this is him and his father, you know, back on Japanese soil. But he is in Britain because he's trying to figure out what happened to his father in this story, who is now, you know, deceased. But was wrongfully accused, or possibly wrongfully accused, of killing a man in Britain, which got him, you know, served him some prison time, essentially. And so Kazuma's kind of investigating, like, the shady dealings that kind of happened around that. So, he's not from Britain. He is from Japan originally, but he's only over there just to kind of, like, do some of his own investigating himself regarding this. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. And he started off as a defense lawyer, but now he's like a prosecutor that we're facing off with our cases. 6 years after he left, the gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. Damn. Yeah, no, you're good. Trust me, I'm deeply invested in the Ace Attorney series, so I try my best to kind of like summarize some of the characteristics or like, you know, traits that some of the characters may have, or even the story if you ask. I don't mind. So, even if you ask me about an Ace Attorney game outside of this one, I can try my best to either recall it or either know it like verbatim off the top of my dome, because I've literally either played or watched every Ace Attorney game, with the exception of, like, you know, the crossovers like Professor Layton and the Ace Attorney series. I haven't played that yet. It's on my list to play at some point in time. I just don't know when. But every like mainstream game I have, with the exceptions of the ones that haven't been ported over, which are the Miles Edgeworth game. I think one of them might have been ported over, but the other one hasn't. And this is one of the ones that used to not be ported over, but they finally ported over back in 2021 or 2022. One of those. Either last year or the year before that. I can't remember. And so now it's on the Switch, where you can play it. And I think you can play it on like PC and other consoles. It might be all modern consoles at this point. But yeah. It's a good game. Highly recommend it. It's friendly to both new and veterans of the Ace Attorney series. This is Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my!
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund the university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless,
I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh,
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. Oh no. Oh no! What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh wow.
oh no.
You have yet to play the Ace Attorney games, but they sound interesting, like deductive reasoning games. You also used to do those You Be the Juror books back in the day. Oh, nice. Then this might be up your alley. Because I know visual novels aren't always, for everyone. But if you can tolerate, reading it treating it like a book, that's the best way that I can describe that. Because, it is a visual novel for a reason. And if you like, mystery drama, this is a good one. But also taking it lightheartedly because, none of the Ace Attorney games take it seriously to the point where it's just like the actions that they take in a court of law is not something that you would realistically do in a court of law on both, probably in Japan, probably in the US, and also in the UK or in Britain. So it's just like, yeah. Do not think that what you see in this game can be realistically, slide in an actual court of law. This is all for shits and giggles. Some of it, mimics, some of the stuff that you see in the courtroom. But a lot of it is very, very comical and, just to be taken as like haha, hee hee, hoo hoos jokes. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Letter from Britain. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry. You had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Sinisters! Yo, Sinisters, thank you for the 20-month sub. I appreciate it. How's your Saturday treating you so far? And also, last reminder, because I'm not going to remember to remind you guys once we get to the end of the stream, but don't forget we do have a community challenge going on right now. I have no idea how close we are to that goal. We might have hit that goal. I don't know. I didn't see the message if so. But make sure you put those channel points towards that week-long donathon if you want to see longer content from me, or be able to basically, snatch my wig in my sleep like Tig had suggested earlier, or either do some other things, because I do have some shenanigans planned for the week-long donathon to make it fun for you guys, but also to kind of keep me afloat during a interesting financial instability that I have, unfortunately come across right now. But at the same time, I promise, I will try my best to make it as entertaining as possible. Why would we snatch your wig? I don't know, because chat likes to bully me. So that option is always there when you feel like it. You're less than 10k away. Oh shoot, we're very close. We're very close. We only need just a few more folks to contribute towards the community challenge, and y'all will get it. And I get to show y'all the banner that I spent hours working on, trying to make look very appealing, but also not show so much. But I will give y'all a secret. I will tell y'all a quick little secret. Come here, come up close. So, when I do showcase the banner that I have advertising what's going to happen during the week-long donathon, there's a tiny little Easter egg in it that's related to one of the goals. on my week-long donathon. Now, whether or not I will reveal what the full image looks like may be left up to you all, depending on how high you hit the thing. Or I might just hold it for you know, a later time when I showcase something else. But you'll see what I mean once I get there. But there is a little tiny Easter egg, or a large Easter egg, in the promo material I have for that. But I'm not going to show you the whole thing until y'all do the thing. So, but yeah. There now, I'm poor. It's all good. It's all good, Tig. You just have to lurk even harder. That's all you have to do. Just basically leave up a tab and be like, I'm gonna rack up on points. So that way I can have enough to snatch the wig and also contribute towards the community challenge. And then once we hit that goal, guess what? You ain't got to save no more for that, because we've hit it. We've hit it, and I'll stay true to my word. It's just like, I can't guarantee it'll happen in October just because of some life stuff. So, but it will still happen. It will still happen. It just kind of depends on, you know, what happens in the next few weeks, months, timeline, before the end of this year, preferably. But we'll see. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter.
Valk!
Yo, Valk, thank you for the 30-month sub. I appreciate it. But how are you doing, friend? I hope you're doing well and you're treating yourself well and you're getting plenty of rest this wonderful Saturday. Please treat yourself with kindness as best as you can. Because, you know, I appreciate you and I love you, Valk. So I want you to make sure you're in, like, really good health. Both mentally and physically. But it's so good to see you. Blaze being... I'm on my best behavior. I have not once barked this entire stream. I am a good dragon for once. Raz! Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs to Blurdabites, Mirrored Mimic, Salem. God, I'm going to butcher that name. I really am. And the Unique League. God, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, Brass. Thank you. But yeah, I'm glad that you're doing well, Valk. I'm glad that you're doing all right, I should say. But yeah, I'm doing well. I'm in a better mental space right now than I was earlier this week and also last week. So I cannot complain. I'm trying to treat myself with kindness and grace as well. I'm excited to take myself a nice little soak and also get back to my Atome that actually has been making me bark in 4K and making me go feral, and also question my horrible taste in fictional characters. But at the same time, I'm also trying to keep productive and like do some things. How do you put the model in water? Wait, what? Does it not malfunction? What do you mean? I'm a dragon! I'm a dragon, Blurda! I can get wet? That was a statement. But I can get wet? That's so good. You're happy to hear that? Yes. And yes, Kaiba, I actually have a barking soundbite on the soundboard in Discord. So you'd be lurking for a bit though. Oh my god, Valk! Just already being a menace! Enjoy the lurk, Valk. I appreciate it. And please take care of yourself. She said, you squiddling today. See, you're gonna get me to play Splatoon later on today, Tig. I don't need that in my life. I know how sweaty I can get in Splatoon, and I know how competitive I can get in Splatoon. I don't need this for the rest of my night. I'm gonna be stressed. Have fun, but also stressed, because I'm gonna literally hop on Turf War, be mad at my team if I had to carry their ass, or either hop in some comp and be mad at my team again because I had to carry their ass again. Or either hop into some salmon run and nobody knows how to tackle the bosses, and I'm gonna be rage quitting and just be like, yep, that's enough Splatoon for the night. I'm not going back. I'm not going back there until I get like some good teammates. We're not doing this tonight. Is there a Splatfest? I think there's one coming up, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not going on right now, I can't remember. But I remember there was one, because I know Savvy and Salem have been talking about it, if I remember correctly. But I can't. Enjoy the lurk, Brass. And also, again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. Not so fast. Oh, so have y'all seen... I'm sorry, I keep derailing like the conversation and distracting myself from this game. Have y'all seen the adult version of Splatoon? Not like bad adult, but like, you know, the one with like suds. The one that people have called the heterosexual Splatoon instead of the gay one. The one with like the suds. Yes, the straight version of Splatoon. Yes, on PlayStation. You should look at it. It's literally like you basically blowing bubbles at folks instead of like paint. And I'm like, what is this? Y'all really just said, let me copy Nintendo's homework and make it not gay as fuck. You're post a trailer in Discord to see Salem got you. But yeah, it's a very interesting concept, and I can see how like some people might enjoy it. And I will honestly possibly maybe give it a try, but I already know it's not going to capture my heart like Splatoon did. Splatoon had me since like Splatoon 1 days. And also I just realized we did a hype train. Thank you so much for the hype train. I never pay attention to this stuff in Twitch. I'm bad about it. But man, we got to level 2 hype train. I appreciate you all. Save your coins for the week-long donathon. I promise y'all will not be disappointed when I have like some goals set up, because boy oh boy, I have some things where y'all just gonna be like, make Blaze suffer, or either make Blaze, you know, have a joyous time. One of the two. Or either be like, you know what, I want to see this go down. There is a Splatfest going on. Do you know what the teams are, Kaiba? I've been so behind on Splatoon lately. I think part of me is like, it's a little bit burned out from Splatoon, but at the same time, it's like, I don't mind playing with friends. But it's like, that's the only way that you can get me to play Splatoon nowadays. It's just like, if friends be like, hey, you want to play some Splats? Do some Salmon Run? Do some comp? Do some Turf War? Do private lobbies? That's the only way that I can do that. And also, y'all are making sure to hit that community challenge goal, and I appreciate it. I know we're close. 3K left. Oh shoot! Is somebody got 3K in chat? Y'all hit that goal. Salmon Run cursed? No, it's not cursed. It's great. I love Salmon Run so much. It's just the professional levels get very, very hard. It's not cursed. Salem, just hop in a team with me. I promise. I will help y'all so much. You avoid Salmon Run when it's got the oh yeah. No. I wholeheartedly agree, Giogan. And also welcome in. Because I can't. If they give me... See, I've gotten a little bit better with some of the sniper weapons, like the Eliter and such. But, like, if they give me that 1-2 bucket where you can literally pop off 2 shots with that bucket weapon, I'm screwed. Because you basically have to have, like, perfect-ass aim just to, like, you know, destroy the oncoming, you know, waves of salmonoids that come towards you. And I'm like, nope. This is stressful. I can't. It does so much damage, which I appreciate. But if your aim is shit, it's useless to me. And my aim is shit, typically. And it's like, I can do my best. Like, I can do pretty decently with, like, the Eliters. But, like, that weapon, I can't do jack shit with. It's going... We will lose. We will lose. Don't rely on me because we will definitely lose because it's awful. No idea how you kill the boss that fires off a big water balloon with it. You shoot at it. When it starts popping up the balloon, shoot at it as quickly as possible. You have to be quick with it, though. So, like... And they show you this in the game, because, like, I know, like, not everybody likes the tutorial for, like, you know, Splatoon 3, but they did a great job of showing you how to tackle each boss in Splatoon 3 versus Splatoon 2 and 1. Well, 1, it didn't have Salmon Run, so just 2. But in 3, they do have a tutorial mode where they'll go through the basic bosses. They won't show you, like, the later bosses that you encounter in Professional, but you get a feel for, like, how to tackle it if you watch, like, how other people tackle that boss. So, but if you have any questions, like, I am more than welcome to have, like, a community night and go through all the Salmon Run bosses and give y'all, like, a rundown of, like, how to go about them. Because I love that mode to death. It's literally my only way to kind of unwind after, like, losing either so many turf wars or so many competitive modes. I usually default to Salmon Run because I'm like, ugh, I'd rather play against PvE than other players and want to cuss them out for not either helping with the team or not knowing what the shit they're doing, or either going against a really sweaty team to the point where I'm like, yeah, we're putting the game down because I'm getting to the point of rage quitting. Talk about Salmon Run, you saw someone get a glitch and all the nighttime modes happen at us. Glowfi's mother ship and grillers were popping up in the same time. Oh shit! That's wild. Sinisters. I would literally quit the game. I'd turn it off. I'd turn it off if all of that happened. I'd literally be like, I'm not playing this game again. I'm not facing all of that at once. No, thank you. Welcome back, Brass. You played with Pop recently and we got jumped by glowflies, and it was there's a strategy with glowflies. You have to find, like, the highest point. Like, typically what people take is, like, they find a high point and find one that's, like, a narrow place that glowflies tend to go to, so that way they're not swarming you from all ends of the map. And then your team has to coordinate to be in front of the person that they're targeting and shoot them. And you typically pick that one spot on the map. Don't move around on the map, because then you'll really fuck up, because as soon as they target the other person, you're screwed. Because if your teammates aren't around you, they're dead. Unless they have a real powerhouse of a weapon and can aim, you know, the shit out of that. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I, like, unless you get, like, a good random team that know what the fuck they're doing in Salmon Run, especially in professional mode. You need it in professional mode. You're just basically setting yourself up for failure. So typically I like to play with Pizza because they're good at coordinating. I can listen to, like, you know, what they're doing in stream in terms of, like, where I need to be or if somebody needs to res. I don't necessarily have to be in a voice chat with them to understand. And also, like, I've played enough Salmon Run to understand, like, the concept and tactics around how to approach each of the bosses and what I need to do to kind of, like, help my team to, you know, rack up on points. Sniper, some kind of bow burst rifle. Either that or also, like, the leader is the one that's, like, shaped like an actual sniper rifle, but it's like a Swiffer gun. The bucket does so much damage. No idea how you kill the boss. Balloon grows too big, too fast. Yeah. You just have to be quicker. The theme is who you think would be the best leader. Currently, Fry is winning. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I couldn't remember when, because like I was just like, I know a lot of people will either choose like the leader that just has like that as their set team. So like if like, you know, Fry favors ketchup and Big Man favors like, I don't know, mustard or something like that, they'll go based off of like who the character is versus like what the actual team is. But it sounds like they've gotten to the point where it might be typically like end game of like Splatfest, because usually they save like, you know, who would make the best leader or who's your favorite character for like when Splatfest is kind of sunsetting on that Splatoon game. So I don't know if there's going to be a Splat 4 or if there's going to be like more Splatfests, or that they just continuously post Splatfests afterwards, but that's typically what Nintendo does. Can you post a link in Discord, because so much happening, it's like a nightmare. Yeah, you're more than welcome to, depending on where it is, like what it relates to, Sinisters. Seek a channel that it probably best fits in and just post it there. You hate to use you used to hate Salmon Run because you was bad, but someone taught you the right. Yeah, exactly. Once you know how to play Salmon Run, it's super easy. It's just, and it also gets, you know, you have to get used to like professional level, because it took me a while to get used to professional level in Splatoon 2, to the point where I was just like, oh, now this is just, you know, easy. You just have to stay on your P's and Q's on shit. And again, coordination is key. If you don't have a good team for Salmon Run, you're going to fucking fail the wave. Or at least all the waves. And if you don't know like the difference between high tide and low tide, and what the maps look like, and like where bosses could certainly, you know, appear, yeah, it's gonna be a time. So play with someone who knows what they're doing in Salmon Run, and I guarantee it'll be a better experience. So there's a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I could bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Oh, couldn't. Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal ill. Oh. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it outside of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Alright. Okay. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his pose. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. Oh, damn, Kazuma. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Isogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The Reaper's Trial. And we're learning so much today about Kazuma. But unfortunately, it is that time. Where I must leave you guys on said kind of cliffhanger, because, yeah, I gotta take care of some other things. I've been live for 4 hours, and that is my limit for regular streams. But if you did stick around this long, please feel free to follow my socials. I am on Twitter. I am on YouTube. I do stream on VStream every now and then. I am actually streaming on VStream this coming week because I realized I have been away from the platform for too long, so I need to I need to do some more streams over there. And plus, that community is very loving and great so far. I miss it. I want to be able to check out some folks over there and also be able to stream myself. So, but I hope you guys are have a wonderful rest of your night. If nothing else, I will not be streaming tomorrow because I'm going to take that to myself to kind of catch up on some things and also schedule some things for the rest of the week. So I can stay prepared and also have a game plan for how to tackle the rest of this month for some IRL things that I need to take care of. But I do appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. I really do. I will be back live Monday at noontime, so the same time as this week, with some more just chatting. So we're just vibing, catching up, and you know, we'll probably play some games too, because I can't do like a whole just chatting stream unless I'm given a whole bunch of like topics that are controversial, like the one that we started on with art and some other things. So, but we'll see. It's whatever I feel like doing Monday. It's just like whatever. So, but let's see if we can find someone to raid. No one leave. We're gonna show some love towards folks in the Twitch community. And plus, I can put y'all on to some other folks. Possibly. Oh, shit. Damn, I have like 2 people that I want to raid y'all to. I think since we were talking about Splatoon earlier, because I'm also looking for somebody new to raid that we haven't raided before, I'm gonna raid y'all to them. Because I see that they are playing some Splatoon 3. Ooh, shit! God, that's loud. But also, I love their models. I don't know what's happening. Oh, they're collabing. I see. Alright, cool. We're gonna go say hi to them. Because they're dope. We're gonna go raid Satellites. It looks like they're on some Splatoon 3, and they're also playing with Cilio, who's also another VTuber on their stream. So make sure. Oh, Salem already got it. Salem got you. Copy one of those raid messages. We're gonna go say hi. I'm gonna chill in there for just a second, and probably be lurking in there for a bit before I basically treat myself to some nice things for the rest of the night. But y'all take care. Have a wonderful weekend. If I don't see y'all tomorrow, in week, if I don't see y'all anytime next week. But that's gonna be it for me, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.